Stone, it's pretty good. It's pretty good, but yeah. So this is what it looks like normally. So this would be me. Which, you know, I like the advanced web face. You can also like remove autoplay, and yeah, it's pretty good. Mastodon's great. It's a little fiddly to set up. That's the only problem with Mastodon, is like figuring out where you want to put your account is a little annoying, and finding like your first 10 people to follow is a little annoying. But once you get past that, it's fine. Back right in time. Exactly, Lucky. Exactly. But once again, happy America Day to all my friends in America, and it's time for you guys to say bye, YouTube. Because we're going to create a new world. So I'm thinking we just do 500 years. Might take a while, that's fine. And let's do small. Let's do let's do sparse. And let's increase savagery. Let's increase the number of sites. Wouldn't it be incredible if that was a command, Hobo? I would not want my meat to fly away. I'm just going to tell you that right now. Like, if I have the option, I would not want my meat to fly away. I think that would be bad. This is going to generate real fast. Let's pause. See if I like the landmass. There's a real busy area down there. I want some of everything, though. Got a bunch of dwarves up here, big old tower. Let's try this again. What's up, Isley? What do you mean blind dungeons? And Raybrid as well.
This is madness! Madness. This.
Not really. Yeet. I want to go to Whipped Beach. Glow Empire is also pretty good. But Hobo, you have a good day at work. Cheers, man. Oh, there was a civ called the Blind Dungeon in the last world? Ah, well, I'm sure that there will be. Yeah, that's what I wanted. I wanted one total landmass. Let's go for 500. No problem, Isley. Was it a Dwarven civ called the Blind Dungeons? Because if that's the case, then yeah, I would have had to have played them. So the Coven of Frenzies just got founded. I thought that said the Coven of Pansies. That's not what I was planning on Under the Brim, but I'll keep it in mind. Looking for a Savage Tropical Temperate split. Yeah. If you're very picky, it takes a while. The future of the surveying staff was written. Also, the community of gilding. I like seeing elves with human names, which I just saw fly by. Why do I want a long history? Because I want a lot of civs and I want a lot of destroyed things. I explained this seemingly multiple times per stream, so one of these days the general community will understand all of it. If you have longer history, it means that you'll have more old, scary monsters like vampires and were creatures and zombies and necromancer experiments. If you have a younger world, you'll have more titans. So it just depends on what kind of world do you want. Safe keeps. Thanks for the 4th month. I mean, we are going to keep the other world going, Jerry Gord. This is going to be running concurrently. But because I'm no longer putting the VODs on the main channel, I don't care so much about confusing people with upload schedules. See, I know. So the thing is, yes, you want to do that if you don't know what you're doing, tickers. But I know what I'm doing, so I know how to have like 18 different food sources, so I don't generally bother. Like, I very rarely care to do that. Usually what I do is I just start farming plump helmets initially, and then I buy the first set of plump helmets that the traders bring, and then I don't have to worry about it after that. Understandable, Jerry Gord. Understandable. How's the job situation? Because you mentioned that, like, you might be quitting your job or something. I mean, that's no fun. What's the fun of having an old world if it's not overrun with undead? I like the zombie apocalypse. Except the bits you already have. Gotcha. Well, take care of yourself, man. Is this something that you wanted to do, or were you just, like, forcibly booted out of your job? I asked just because, like, you mentioned it once, and then I don't think I saw you for a week. You might have been lurking, but I didn't see you talking, so. But no, we good. Dreamer will survive. You can see the appeal of turning off the undead if you want Mortal Empires kind of feel. I mean, like, if you want a very mundane world, then yeah, sure. But, like, if you want that kind of feel, then you want the age of the human and the dwarf. So just, like, disable elves and disable goblins and disable secrets of life and death. Problem solved. No, I know that feeling. I know that feeling. I mean, I quit my last real job, I guess, on a whim because I was getting called racial slurs that get people banned from Twitch now. Literally every day when I would walk into work. Just like, you know, when you're munching on a delicious Ritz cracker, you'll know what I'm talking about. But it was literally that every day, and then minimum wage changed here, so I went from being $4.50 above minimum wage to being 10 cents above minimum wage. And I was like, so you're giving me a $4 raise, right? And they went, no. And I'm like, all right, here's my 2 weeks. So I know that feeling. But we have a lot of towers popping up over here. But, you know, I want to be a danger tavern, so. I wonder, Chad, is the word tavern a thing in the Dwarven vocabulary? Because if so, we're definitely going to call it, like, Danger Cavern or something. The Queen of the Imperial Coal. That's a good name. I'd like to be in the Imperial Coal. Long and arduous. You applied to several places this week where LinkedIn happily told you that they had 700 plus others applied. Oh boy. I don't know what kind of industry you're looking in, but a friend of mine who also streams had been unemployed for 11 months after getting laid off. And then in like a 2-week period got 2 jobs. I'd had to pick one. So Godspeed to you, man. 125 applications and only 2 callbacks so far. Tavern, cavern, or tavern or cavern, or tavern, no cavern. I mean, I think we're likely to be a surface tavern with like an underground fort supplying the tavern. I've never had to apply for a job on LinkedIn, and I hope I don't ever have to apply for a job on LinkedIn. They're doing the thing again, chat. So I figured out what that weird vibrating noise is in the walls, by the way. They are drilling in the basement and installing electric car chargers, which is fine, but they're doing it with a concrete Dremel. So I sit here, and it's fine, and then it stops. And then 30 minutes later, and it echoes up through my walls because they're right beneath me. I think in is a word. We'll figure it out. We'll come up with something. In could work. Interesting Arctic volcano. It's Iceland. I wonder what's going on here. There's a little patch of evil, but there's no tower there. I like this zone right here. The Golden Cult of Confidence. Inbar? I don't know if I like that name. I want it to have a little bit more of a... I can be the tower. You can be my tower, baby. Can cause just way more pain. Just name it Fight Club. Fight Club. Speaking of other forts, chat, you guys want a slight spoiler for Machine Waters? Which we'll probably either play tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Or maybe we'll swap to it halfway through today. I haven't decided yet. But slight spoiler for Machine Waters. I recorded a bunch of footage of Machine Waters for the video I did with Putnam. And the king showed up halfway through. So there was that. Completely unrelated, but I just got a comment on my video of Space Haven I uploaded this morning. And a person just says, honestly, the pace at which they develop is their downflow. The slow pace of updates threw me and many people off, and it's still an alpha, and I've played since 2 to 3 years ago. I'm sitting here going... And you're commenting on a Dwarf Fortress specific channel? But Gate Nerdillo, booze and warhammers. That just sounds like a party. Like I'm down. I'll bring the booze, you bring the warhammers. I mean, it's a legitimate opinion. I just think it's funny. Have to go to a cousin's cookout. Yep. Cheers. Don't fear, Phil. Just don't shoot too many guns at the sun, okay? And if you do, shoot blanks. Don't want to, like, accidentally shoot somebody's, like, child or something. I'm just assuming everybody who's going anywhere to do anything today is in America and about to go shoot guns. Because I'm going to pretend that that's the only thing I know about America. The drilling started again. You always enjoy a new fort, don't we all? Don't we all? I kind of want this fort to be shorter because, like, the Machine Waters has been a fun fort, but it's getting a bit, you know, silly how long it's getting. Guns and waving a flag. Yeah, absolutely, right? Like, you're just doing, like, the Doom Guy thing on top of a pile of demons, except it's with an American flag and an AK-47. Expat living in California, back in Texas, house sitting, and you feel underarmed. Just wear Under Armour and you'll fit right in, right? I'm gonna grab my water. Give me a second. Speaking of, Rory, how's things? You just missed Hobo. He just went back to work. But what's up, Rory? Is there going to be a fort gimmick? I want to do a surface fort. But Quake of Drums, the Eviscerated Lancers, the Tempted Vice. Ooh. We're all tempted by our Tempted Vice. Goblin group. I like the name of this goblin group as well. The Scarberous Thief. The Scrapped Nation. Human civilization? Okay. Scrap that nation. The Saffron Society. Saffron Society actually, like, just straight up sounds like a secret society. Only of high savagery? I'm not gonna do a purely surface fort, because that's no fun. Unless I'm doing another one of those, like, no digging plays. My Quake of Drums. The Dwarven civilization. They're holding lots of foot races. It's definitely a Dwarven civilization. Wrestling competitions. The Slitted Doom was acquired and made the symbol of authority within the Quake of Drums. The Slitted Doom is a goat bone animal trap. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with goose bone and cow bone and kakapo bone. Well, the item is an image of a quinoa in donkey hoof.
You fucking donkey!
Word. Stoked to see a new fort. Gotcha, Rory. Well, it's good to see you as well, man. The Charcoal Lark. Ah, that's an elven group. I like that name, though. The Free Theater. A Dwarven civilization. The Free Theater is pretty good. I wonder where the Free Theater exists at. Because the Free Theater could be a really fun group that would, like, that sounds like something that would run, what's the word? The Free Theater would be a really good name for a group that owns a tavern, I would think. Especially considering, like, the human Wisho fooled the Free Theater into believing he was the human pilgrim Zasset Mountainkindle of the Free Theater. And fooled them into believing she was the, a different human fooled them into believing that she was a peddler. There's plenty of spies, already seeing some fun stuff. Free Theater sounds very hipster. It does kind of, it sounds like the sort of place that, like, you know, you would have like a lot of indie music shows, you know? We are the Free Theater. Anybody can perform. And then you just have like some girl on stage just squealing like it sounds like somebody dropped an anvil on her foot. Okay, I read that as Tombs, yeah, but Tombs Youth is pretty good. Tombs Youth is a legendary bismuth slab. Our craft store ship is of the highest quality. The slab reads The Secrets of Life and Death. It was created by Vesh and acquired by Flag Powers, and most recently was made the symbol of authority within the Free Theater. They called it jazz. See, so I went to a like a shoegaze like punk show last year, and one of the bands, I won't name them, they're not unknown, but they're not a big band. Legitimately, their vocalist sounded like she got her foot stepped on. Like, she was squealing, she was getting feedback on her microphone, and she sounded awful. To the point where me and my two friends that went to that show were just kind of like awkwardly laughing because of how bad it was. It was horrible. So yes, I've absolutely seen that before. And I like that they've made their symbol of authority literally just like a bismuth slab, which was created by Vesh, who was often depicted as a female dwarf and associated with suicide, rebirth, and death. So I think that the Free Theater might be a good group for us, frankly. Like, what else can I find about the Free Theater? Anything major happen? They like foot races. Okay, and wrestling competitions. Gotcha. Plenty of goblins don't like them. I'm not familiar with this group. Celestine. Holding processions. Okay, I like this. The Free Theater held a procession at Keeper Bronze as part of the celebration of Wire. It started at the Helmed Slop and returned after following its route. The event featured a performance of the scintillating fragrances, banners and incense burning, and acrobats. It really does sound like the Free Theater. But the Helmed Slop is a really... Must be a tavern or something, but... The Helmed Slop. What else do we have? Just trying to get some flavor for this faction, you know? The Canner's soldier, future-worthy, became an enemy. Small, hairy humanoid. It has a spiral horn and charcoal hair that's shaggy. This nitro creature was created by the necromancer Cannar Vessel Sparkled of Scour Leopard after horrible experiments on an elf. They have the best Helmed Slop. Yeah, no, it's great. I feel like Helmed Slop would be like a delicacy. It would be like, I don't know, just like a bunch of like bits and pieces of an animal just like stewed and then put in helm. I completely believe you, but like I obviously can't play it on stream. So I just have to kind of believe you and move on. Plenty of monster slayers. I really like this group. Let's take a real quick peek at something else. Let's take a look at historical figures. Okay, well, we got a Hydra that died year 1. We got a Dragon that died in year 155, and a Bronze Colossus that died in 35. Who killed the Bronzy? Struck down by a Goblin. After getting 46 notable kills and 111 other kills. Mostly Goblins and humans. A couple Elves in there. Okay, so Bronzy didn't live very long. What happened to the Hydra? Oh, shit. So Snot Simple was a Hydra, okay? Snot Simple, the Rapid Dungs. I don't ever want to be referred to as the Rapid Dungs. That's something I don't think I'd ever be able to tolerate. She was the only one of her kind. Snot Simple was associated with strength, rebirth, and muck. She settles in the shafts of Quintessence, and the Snot Simple became an enemy of a couple people, attacked a human, struck down the human, devoured the human, and devoured the nanny goat of Price Homage, and devoured a blue peacock, and then attacked the Scabrous Thief at Pack Ghoul, and then had struck down a goblin, and then the Mole Devil, Ifaki Crawl Insect, the Hateful Curses attacked him and struck him down. Yeah, if you want to find its lair, follow the Brown River, exactly. The Hateful Curses was the first one as a kind of a gigantic mole twisted into humanoid form. It has external ribs and a bloated body. Beware its webs. Eey. Scary. Okay, what else do we have? Plenty of Forgotten Beasts, some rocks. Beast. Beastie boys. The Bush Titan. Yeah, I was just wondering if there was, like, any... fun things. There's some gods and goddesses. That devil is still alive. Okay, so nothing crazy, like, large creature-wise, but that's fine. We've got 2 ages. And the world's actually in the Age of Legends, if I'm not mistaken. So we're out of the Age of Myth, and we're in the Age of Legends. Let's just wait for this to load. Age of Legends was a time when the powers of the world were fading. In 156, Or weighted the Furnace of Fishes received its name from the elf. The human-constructed Candle Gorged for the dead cult, and the second procession of soaring occurred. Plenty of artifacts are created. So we are in the Age of Legends, starting in the year 156. Well, I guess it's time to back out and let's jump into Fortress mode, shall we? Yada, yada, yada. We do not need no tutorial. Okay, so choose Origin Civilization. The Free Theater. The Imperial Coal is also a pretty good name, but I think we're going to go with the Free Theater. They're kind of in this central area. Basically, like, if I do this, we're going to have a tower close by. Which is the question of, like, how close do we really want to be to a tower? I kind of just want to be on a road. Road and a stream could be fun. That has iron and a flux layer. That could go well. What's the elevation like? Pretty small. Pretty slight elevation. This could be a good one down here. What's this? The Dwarven Hillocks. Monastery and another Hillocks. This could be fun right here. So waterfall of sorts for like right there. I don't give a shit about iron or steel, dude. I can import it. There's so many people who are just like, you have to have iron and steel. No, you don't. You can import that, and you'll do fine. Of course, it's nice to have it. It's convenient, but you don't need it. Pretty much. Wacko, yes. The very accurate description. This could also be a fun spot. That could also be a fun spot. And it has iron, you know. A little bit of elevation changes there. This could also be a fun spot. Yeah, that could be a really fun spot. Light aquifer, shallow sand, too. This is like spooky zones, although that's pretty close to a tower. We'd have to be able to lock down. I don't care about volcanism at all in this run. Lightning Roger. I like aquifers in general. Aquifers are pretty sweet. I think this could be a pretty sweet spot. I really like that spot. That one, this one's also pretty good. So what I could do is I could do a real quick embark and just take a look at it, and then quit without saving, and then go back and prepare carefully if we like it. So that's what I'm going to do. Let's just play now. That's pretty rad, actually. What do you guys think? We got the dirt road going through. Got this waterfall that I super wasn't expecting. Yeah, that's pretty sweet. We'll go with that. Does the road lead off a cliff? No, 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 no. No, it doesn't. It goes down the cliff. It goes down off the side of the map down here. And it comes from up here. It goes over this, and then it goes down. Could move a tile to the left or the right. Like you think a tile this way or a tile this way. One to the right. so that we have less of the plateau and more of the waterfall, I guess. Getting the waterfall kind of more in the middle of the map. Could probably do that. Also, hey, Nuzzle. It was right here that we were. So I could go like one further this way because we did there. I could go like here. I think this might be okay. Like a little bit further down. Let's see what this looks like. With the four-way crossroads to the south, yeah. So this gives us a bit more of a plateau up at the top. What kind of animals just showed up? I'm curious. They're common snapping turtles, sea lampreys, horses, river otters. That's fun. Man, snappers. Snapsies McGee. It is a cool river formation, yeah. So I think we could go with this, with the road kind of over here on the side, and then it just kind of goes down this way and leaves the map. So I think we can go. I think we can do this. We could build like kind of up here in this area, and then down into the side of this we have what, red sand? Yeah, red sand. Yeah, that's all that the road does. I think that wagons also tend to show up on the roads. Name it Snappy McGee. Snappy McTurtleface, I think. The road's pre-generated? Yeah? Did you not know that? They're on the maps. You can see them. You just have to settle on one. There's above-ground highways and below-ground highways in Dwarf Fortress. Sometimes they're paved. There's many different kinds of world structures that you can accidentally settle on. Instead to build an off-branch road to your entrance. Yeah, pretty much. Let's make sure we're part of the right faction. Free theater. Yeah, these are roads. So, like, this could be a, like, theoretical spot. And also, this one's paved, I think. Yeah, this is a paved road called the Livid Way. This one right here is multiple connections between multiple roads, right? This is where we were, and this the road that we are on is the Red Roads. The Red Roads. Ooh. Well, obviously, if we're on the Red Roads, we have to name it something like the Red Tavern, right? Free Theater has 7,900 dwarves. That's actually kind of a lot. King is Kumil Shoot Cloistered. Red Roads, yeah. I can't decide if I want to be one up or one down. Because, like, one up would be cool. We'd get more of the road. But one down, we get more of the waterfall. One up, one not extended. Kind of want higher frame rates. And I know that everybody's just like, but multi-threading. Yeah, but I'd rather have higher frame rates. I don't like making them uneven because it makes the minimap look weird and it bothers the shit out of me. Like, genuinely, I do not like making them uneven size because it makes the minimap look funny. So I guess we'll go with this. More road. We'll go with more road. That'll be our spot right there. You've selected an area with a light aquifer that might need to be pumped out or carried away. That's fine. Actually, hold on. What was the other thing? It's also near a Necromancer's Tower. Actually, where is the Necromancer's Tower? Hold on. Hold on. Dark Goblin Pits. Is it like down there? Orbs Fords. Orbs Fords! It's the nearest tower. Oh, that's a funny name. Orbs Fords. So President knows, since you missed everything, we are starting a new fort in a new world to run concurrently with the other fort, because the other fort's getting too long and big, which is fine, but it means that we need something to change it up every so often to keep people interested, you know? So, the more mega project-y one is going to be a more temporary thing. Or this is going to be a more temporary, like, spin-off, something to do, something else to do. Orbs Fords is a really funny name for a tower. But yeah, we are pretty close to it, because it's like, what, right there? No, around here somewhere. There's an Elven Tower. There's Orbs Fords. So yeah, we are pretty frickin' close to a tower here. Which should be exciting. I mean, like, what could possibly go wrong, right? What is the worst that could happen? What is the red dot to the right? Oh, that's a monastery, meaning it doesn't affect us. It's harmless. Undead Siege. Yep. Lock the doors. So that's going to be our embark site, chat. Means I can raid the church? Potentially. Experiments on embark? Nah, they won't be on embark. You may be invaded very early by powerful foes. Well, number one, commands don't work mid-typing sentence. Clockwork. Second, I haven't updated it yet. Prepare for journey carefully. I think we'll just embark with 7 miners. And I'll bring some extra picks. That's not necessarily how the game works, Isley. The way towers work is in the proximity of towers, there's large roaming bands of dudes that come from the tower that are sent out by the tower, and they linger on areas and invade areas periodically. So you kind of have to be careful, if that makes any sense. Apparently they're cleaning the dryer vents in my building, and I am not on the list of people getting the dryer vents cleaned, so it doesn't matter to me. Cool. What else do I want to do for these guys? I would like to... I mean, I could give some of them planting skills, but I don't see that as super important. Let's work on the... So we're the Free Theater, and we're on the Red Road. Okay? So our group name, not the fortress name, the group name. The... Okay, so let's call it the... The Inn. The Red Inn. And we're going to have a red guard or something, which definitely wasn't taken by somebody else's mythology. That's a very unique name that I just came up with by myself. Let the blood and wine flow. Absolutely. How about the Red Inn? That's an interesting line. The Red Inn of Blood. The Blood Inn? I don't know if I like that. Blood in, better blood in than out, as I always say. You want it in, not out. If it's out, that's a problem. I think we're gonna call it the Red Inn of Blood. And the fortress. Outrage Tomes is just Twitter, by the way. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Outrage Tomes, which was one that I landed on for a second there. That's just Twitter. Just gonna try this on for size. Brain mine. The aliens have entered the room. All right, so we've got the Red Road, the Red Inn of Blood, and we're a member of the Free Theater. So if we are the Free Theater, is performance a word? No. How about... Okay, let's just clear that. Perfect act of the Free Theater. I kind of like that. I don't know. Is final a word? Final is not a word. You can go at found. Could call it closed act. Close act. Close act. That sounds like a close act. Ask your doctor. But if close act is right for you. What about here? We could go divine act. Tired act? Nah. Not when you watch Canadian channels. If you set your VPN to the States, yes. But no, we don't. Medical ads are completely different. You can tell if you're watching American TV if the medical ads are like 75% warnings. May cause tantrums. Absolutely. How about we go a bit of a different direction with this? And we go Roseway. Red Road is Roseway? Broadway, kind of. It's a rough draft. We're working on it. Kind of sounds like rose water. Rose lice. What else do we have? We could just call it Rosebud. You look like a rose there, bud. Well, then I could be Canadian. Can I just call it Broadway? No, I don't think Broadway is just a word that I can call it. Scene is not a word. Obscene is, though. Rosepass? Yeah, we could call it Rosepass. Rose Passion. But I kind of like Rosepass. So we've got Rosepass of the Red Inn of Blood. Let's just call it the Red Inn. I don't like the of part. The Red Inn. The group symbol. Rose Prose is way too hard to say. I'm sure, but I'm good. I don't actually want to call the fort Broadway. Stones is raising the goblet. That's not how I wanted that to word. Pick is raising the goblet. It's like a pick on a goblet on top of a pick. The cloud is raising a pick, so it's like a cloud, a pickaxe, and a goblet, and it's floating. I don't want to use a dwarf in this one. I always put dwarves in them. Yeah, adjective does not exist with the word broad. The way of... The way of equivalence is our group symbol, which is an image of a pick, a goblet, and a cloud. The pick is raising the goblet, and the cloud is raising the pick. I don't want to overuse the word blood. But that's your fancy surface communities. Hey, you can have your thing, and I'll have my thing, you know? All right, let's go to items. Let's bring 7 picks. Bunch of extra booze. Because I'm lazy. Let's bring a cat. What's the symbol? It's a cloud raising a pickaxe, which is raising a goblet. Chat, what do I want to bring? What are we bringing? What animals? What do you think? What do you guys want me to bring? Ducks for their quacks? Goose for their honks? Alpacas? Cavies? Ew. I'll pack a few packas. ducks by request. If I can even find alpacas. Do we even have access to alpacas, or am I just missing them? Donkeys, mules, goats, water buffalo, reindeer. Oh, there's alpacas. Goose and a gander. 2 alpacas. Elephants aren't an option, unfortunately. Cavies are useless, so no. I think I'll just bring some more ducks. And 2 extra geese. And an extra alpaca. And 1 more piece of wine. That should be plenty. All right. Well, I suppose that this means it's time for us to embark. What do you think, chat? I mean, dwarves will bring more cats. That's fine. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all, Eshim Tinthad. There is almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you, but it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings, ere the dingoes get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here, at this place. Istbear Toll. Rosepass. Strike the earth. So are the remaining skills randomized? Nope, they're left at 0. Which is fine. Oh, hey, they planted it, like, right in the perfect spot. Look at that. It's convenient. All right, so let's explore for a little bit. I mean, I don't care. They'll learn skills fast. Like, dwarves learn skills pretty quickly, so I don't generally bother myself with making sure that they're all filled up. So there's the pre-gen road. World gen road. That's an interesting tree formation. Look at this. Like, the trunk grew up here, and then the tree grew out in 4 and split off. So there's, like, an open space in the middle. It looked weird from a distance. And the the river goes all the way down here. So there's actually no way across it right now. I need to build a bridge across the little river here. Extend the road and build a little bridge right there. Does the road do anything? Usually things spawn on it, but roads, like many other features in Dwarf Fortress, are a feature of adventure mode, not really a feature of Fortress mode. They're more like a bonus for Fortress mode, not really a feature of Fortress mode. All right, let's clear all that. I'm going to remove one of you from wood cutting and put one of you onto, remove one of you so we can get some wood cutting done. Let's just tack down all these trees up here on the surface. Let's jump up to the world map and take a peek. So we are right here. That's the nearest tower, which isn't that far away, but we are at war. Generally, everything in the local vicinity seems friendly. I mean, we're surrounded by my own faction. We've got friendly humans around. Bunch of elves down here, which are also friendly. We actually have an alliance with them. The humans we have an alliance with. There's plenty of... that shrine that's right next to me, the monastery, is called Practice Evil. It is empty. It is empty. But that is a great name. I too like to practice evil. There's also some goblin pits that are right next door that are at peace with us. Somehow. So our king is a miner named Kunil. Interesting. Conquer it? Eh. One thing at a time, mate. The expedition leader is Bembul. There is nothing of importance that it is there is nothing so important that it is worth telling a lie. Wise words from our dwarf. Let's get us a pen pasture zone. We're gonna have to split a lot of these animals up, but right now we'll put them there. Clockworks, which dwarf would you like? There's 7. It's been open and available for the last 15 minutes, I sleep. So. What kind of dwarf would you like? Which one would you like? Does Alliance have an in-game effect? They don't invade you. It means you're on really good terms with them. Should have been paying attention. Most of you should have been paying attention, yeah. A minor, but which one? Say the name. Do you want Lykot, Bomrek, or Bembul, or Onul? Which one would you like? The decision is yours, my friend. I'm gonna sit here until you type in one of their names, by the way. Lykot? Okay. In here, I was expecting you to pick the expedition leader, but... Why can't I zoom in? Probably because I had that thing selected. Okay. That's Bomrek. Where's Lykot? Lykot's the one with the red beard. This one. Clockworks. Is greatly pleased by his own looks and accomplishments. He is greatly moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this, since he dislikes the natural world. He likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, though he wishes this were not the case, as he considers altruism foolish. Silver Shadow, thank you very much for the first, big pack of gift subs today. Cheers, mate. Thanks for the 10. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the massive amounts of generosity coming over here from Silver Shadow? It would offend the average sense of modesty. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, though he wishes this were not the case, as he considers altruism foolish. He rarely is discouraged and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he tends to avoid crowds and does not often feel lustful, and lives a fast-paced life. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally thinks that the quest for knowledge is a delusional fantasy and values peace over war and sees sacrifices wasteful and foolish and doesn't particularly respect commerce. He likes graphite and bismuth and amber opal and amber and green devourer parchment, doors and animal traps, and the sight of the suitor of lyrics, and when possible prefers to consume giant wolf and bumblebee mead and pendant amaranth flower and absolutely can't stand oysters. All right, but seriously, thank you very much for those gift subs. That's like the first big pack of gift subs today. There's been a couple gift subs thrown out, but we've tripled today's revenue, so I appreciate you. All right, let's take a look-see here at what we're doing after I clear all of these tutorial screens, so I only need to see them once. So I need to get a bridge constructed. What's this bridge up here made out of? It's made out of conglomerate. Okay, so aquifer starts around the silt. It doesn't seem to be running up here. So it looks like I can dig down through here and mostly skip the aquifer. I kind of want to build in the cliffside. New World, yes. Not to be confused with Amazon's MMO. But we're going to be running 2 forts concurrently, is the plan. I suppose I should also update the goal command, because that's going to confuse people. Which I'll do right now. Goal has now been updated. I'm just waiting for that dwarf to finish chopping down trees. Flood hell, yes. It's pretty simple, really. You just dump a lot of water into hell. All right, let's get to mining, I think. Let's see if I hit an aquifer. See, I'm generally way too good at not actually causing violence in taverns. It's quite the aquifer, it seems. And also, looks like it's in the dirt layers. "100% red angry dwarves." I can't say I've ever actually had that. In my entire history of playing this game, I've never had a fort that was 100% angry dwarves. I'm also wondering if we're actually going to get, like, what's the word I'm looking for here? I'm curious if we're actually going to get, like, hit by that tower, like, immediately. Because if we are, we want to get into here. Give me a second. Can we try to complete a full story? The possibilities are endless amidst the eloquent threads before, but someone always wrecks the English. It ain't rocketry, or else. Repair the skill. We can keep catching up. All caught up.
See how he bites off the shell to get
All
the
right.
nut.
Red clay is good clay. All clay is good clay. So I don't know if this is just going to continue, but I'm just going to queue up a bit of it and see if we can just get our stuff down in here for right now. Obviously not the prettiest setup, but trying to figure out where this aquifer starts and ends. Seems to be pretty consistently along that line. Speaking of barking, I'm actually going to be pet sitting in a few weeks. My parents are going on a cruise, which means I get to have a week of really shitty sleep, having to take care of a senile cat and a dog on my lap, and having to take the dog out to piddle every, 4 hours or so. Which is also great because she's a dog that's scared shitless of other dogs, and I live in a building that's generally full of other dogs. So, that's gonna be fun. Let's just use conglomerate for this. You mine around them, you dig through them, you fiddle with them, you play with them, you flood stuff with them. The same way you play in any other time. Okay, so I need 4 hatch covers. And then rock blocks. Do that infinitely. Woodcutter, you're going to be taken off of wood cutting and put back onto mining. No, he screams in your ear at starting at about one, maybe not one. That's maybe a bad example. He starts screaming in your ear at about 4 o'clock in the morning because that's when my dad wakes up. So that's when he expects to be fed. So I'll have to get up and feed him at 4 a.m., then go back to bed. Then he'll cry again at about 8 a.m., which is when my mom wakes up, which is when I will feed him the second time. Then I will feed him again at 11. Then I will feed him again at 1. Then I will feed him again at 3. Then I will feed him again at 6. And because, like, he can't eat large amounts of food, he'll throw it up. So you have to give him frequent small amounts of food. And he complains very loudly if you miss his feeding times. He just can't keep food down. So he eats very small amounts of food very frequently. Lucky me? No, I actually am not looking forward to it. I'm actively dreading having to take care of the pets because I can't leave my house for a week, basically. Because if I leave the dog alone, she'll have panic attacks, and I'm not allowed to have pets in my apartment, technically. Or it's not on my lease, so I could get in a lot of trouble with my landlord if I have pets. This includes pet sitting, so I have to be low-key about it. So she can't bark, which means I will be locked in my house for a week. Which, like I said, I'm not happy about. But, you know, what can you do? Oh, yeah. It's every hour and a half to every 3 hours. And it depends. Like, I'm kind of just making up those feeding times. He asks for food once every hour and a half to every 3 hours. And then he sleeps. Don't you have to walk the dog? Yes, but I can't take the train anywhere because public transit here doesn't allow pets, and can't take her to the local dog park because she's scared shitless of other dogs, and I can't take her to my garden plot because there's no pets allowed in the garden. So yes, I have to walk the dog naturally, but I basically can't go anywhere that I would normally go for personal entertainment or you know, anything that I would normally do in my week because dogs aren't allowed. So, and I don't own a car, so I can't, like, take her downtown or anything. Yep, I can't wait until they leave. There's a reason I don't own pets. It's because pets are extraordinarily inconvenient in my life. Okay, we've got trapdoors done, so I can get those up. And I just need to get the stuff down into here. I don't know if this is going to end up being the fort, or if it's just going to end up being like my initial query. We'll find out. But we do have coal, which is useful. I really don't like how straight the line is up here. Although I could build a pretty cute little town down here, I think. Depending on how much space I end up having. Okay, let's jump up here. And let's make a dirt road that goes all the way to there. And let's do this. Select material. Conglomerate blocks, which I don't quite have enough of yet, so I will just use one boulder. That's fine. Yep, we have found the place to we have found a place to farm. Yes. We'll have to start constructing the tavern up here, I think. 'Cause I don't have enough space to put everything. So we'll have to start constructing the tavern up here. 'Cause I don't have enough space to put everything. 'Cause I don't have enough space to put everything. 'Cause I don't have enough space to put everything. 'Cause I don't have enough space to put everything. 'Cause I don't have enough space to put everything. 'Cause I don't have enough space to put everything. 'Cause I don't have enough space to put everything. 'Cause I don't have enough space to put everything. 'Cause I don't have enough space to put everything. 'Cause I don't have enough space to put everything. 'Cause I don't have enough space to put everything. 'Cause I don't have enough space to put everything. 'Cause I don't have enough space to put everything. 'Cause I don't have enough space to put everything. 'Cause I don't have enough space to I don't know if you guys can hear that drilling, but Jesus Christ, this is just my life now. If you ever live in an apartment building and they suggest, you know what would be a great idea? Is if we started drilling in the basement. It's really loud in here. And I will do my best to ignore it and not mention it, but my God, it's annoying. And I also have to expand that stairwell in a little bit. Yeah, because it's like right beneath my apartment. It's like, yeah, I suppose we definitely need electric car chargers and not a bike room. Because that's what my building's priorities are. Yeah, I know it picks it up when I'm talking. It's louder than my voice. No, because that would be illegal. It's a nice way to learn new strategies. People play this game, like, incredibly different, wrecked. Also, Paul, hello, good day. An 18-inch hole in your yard and your fine motor skill is fucked. Yes, that'll happen. Nice nerd.
A lot of fun.
Welcome back for a 4th month. Thanks for helping us slowly, possibly, maybe achieve that 70-30 split here on Twitch. Appreciate you. Dig into the ground and try and survive? I mean, we'll be doing that, but you gotta be pretty. You gotta be, like, aesthetically pleasing about it. Otherwise, what's the point? New fort on a road? Yep, we are building a danger tavern. Exclamation point goal. The old fort's still running. We're gonna keep playing it, but I needed a change of pace. So now we have a secondary bridge mimicking this one. All right. Got all of these bits and pieces going in. Also, Hiker Jag, hello, good day. Yeah, I don't know. Apologies for the construction sounds. There's literally nothing I can do about it. Unfortunately. Right into the danger zone? You mean the highway to the danger zone? Kind of want to just engrave this bridge a bunch. I might actually do that. Throw some engravings in. Some engravings in. We'll do the same over here. Maybe we'll put statues in them too, I don't know. But that's our space for here. We've got that stuff set up there. This goes all the way down into here. Still making those blocks for us, which is very useful. I think the next thing we got to do is get wood down into here. Is growing wild again. What do you mean by that? My road is growing wild again. I don't understand that sentence. Third cavern layer growing overworld trees and crops without access to the surface? That sounds like a weird bug. Like that just doesn't sound like it's working as intended. I mean, I believe you, but that doesn't sound like it's working as intended. Dwarven vandalism? That's not vandalism, they're engravings. We are improving the art in the local society. It's only graffiti if I don't know. We'll bring all these logs down in here. Let's make us a carpenter. And graffiti. Speaking of graffiti, I've been thinking about playing through Sludge Life because they just made a sequel to that, and I was planning to play the original at some point and then kind of never did. So I might play through Sludge Life because that game looks fun. Because apparently it's also like 2 hours long, which means I could do it in a stream. Cool. People honking their horns. You know, just nice, quiet city living. The sounds of horns honking and drills in my basement. You've had before collapse? My forts don't generally collapse. Largest being age would be 470 years, and it didn't collapse. Largest, like, scale-wise, I don't know, 220 dwarves? It's very rare that my forts actually collapse. Ever since version 47.05, when they changed stress, like, this game's been absurdly easy to just kind of perpetually keep forts going if you want to. You really have to kind of let forts go in order for them to die, in my experience. Lois, maybe you just have really loud fans because it's very loud. I'm impressed by how straight the line of this aquifer is. Like, genuinely, I'm kind of impressed. Okay, so we'll dig up here. And we will smooth all of this, these lower areas. Dig out this, and fill this in with blocks. Using underground farms and turtle tactics? Yeah, pretty much. It's only graffiti? No, that would be elfiti. So this would be dwarfiti in this instance. I mean, like, if you're talking about digging too deeply, like through an adamantine spire, then yeah, like generally forts fall if you do that. But like if you do that carefully, you won't run into an issue generally. That's something completely different, and I'm sure somebody has an OnlyFans for that if you really want that. That demand implies that graffiti. No, it's by giraffe men. I think there's giraffe men in Dwarf Fort. That sounds like something that would exist. All right, we need to get everything else underground next. Okay, I think. Yep. Is he done drilling? Yes, there are giraffes. I mean, you could just go to the wiki and type in giraffe man and you'll find it. As long as it's not a domestic animal, then there's almost always a man variant of it. Okay. Gotta get these done, that done. You're not forbidden, are you? Cool. All right, we've widened this stairway. Last I checked, a dwarf is not livestock or a wild animal. Dwarf is a dwarf, so there is no man variant of dwarf. It's just dwarfs. Okay, so let's bring armor. Let's bring cloth. Let's bring finished goods. Let's bring food. Let's bring furniture. Let's bring let's bring leather. Let's bring sheet. Let's bring weapons. And let's bring not wood. I don't think this is The Simpsons. Wrecked. I don't think. Giraffe men are excellent. There you go. This would be not a bad little farming region. Kind of want to chop down these trees, and these trees, and more. We're gonna harvest, like, cut this out a little bit. How that goes, hasn't started yet. Got 7 dwarves, which means we got a ways to go. Giraffe Man for your band name? Gotcha. Okay, there you go. I think my favorite fake band name that was coined in this chat, Sham, was Canadian Heatwave. Because we had a heat wave 2 years ago and we hit like, it was like 42 degrees or something here. So Canadian Heatwave was like, you know, a name that a lot of people were like, yo, what if we rolled with that? What's the genre? I mean, Canadian Heatwave would have to be like a very synthy post-punk band. I mean, come on. It'd have to be like a very, like, I don't know, Joy Division inspired type deal. What, like word graffiti in Fragrance? So like Canadian graffiti? American graffiti. Wait, that's definitely been taken. The were giraffes are truly delightful. I saw one of those once. Yeah, we killed it. It was funny. Got a good laugh out of it. I mean, to be fair, In Flames is one of those bands I will go see whenever they are here. I've seen them 5 times now. Fantastic band. Considering the last time I saw them, it cost me like less than $20. It was like an $18 show or something, which is like a crime because of how good that band is. Yes, redeem a dwarf is to get a dwarf, your name as a dwarf, just like Clockworks did earlier. And acquiring this one, who, by the way, is annoyed after sleeping on a rough cave floor, but feels fondness when speaking with a friend, and is annoyed at the lack of chairs. Also, hello, Budgie. How goes the Burbland? And Tolas, it's good to see you as well. Hope you've been doing well. Hope things are good in your neck of the woods. Here's the thing. I'm one of those guys where I say, yeah, I like all of their albums. There isn't an In Flames album that I don't like. I think that they're all very good. They're just all very different. And I really like their recent stuff where they're just like, fuck the old fans. And then they play like a couple sappy songs. And then they're like, oh, by the way, there's a couple bangers in here, which happens every time they put out a new album. Like their most recent album is just, mwah. It's like mostly just really, really good heavy shit. And then there's like 2 songs in the middle there that are practically ballads. And you know what? If that's the art they want to make, let them make their goddamn art. And it's good art. Goes terrible. They keep eating each other's feathers, and they don't even care. Aww. For anybody wondering, the 350 command thing is a If a streamer is able to hold 350 paying subscribers, so not gifted and not primes, you're able to... we're too early on to really tell, Chris. Then between July 1st and October, then I would automatically qualify for a 70-30 split on all tiers on subs, so that includes gift subs. We just have to get to that point. We haven't gotten to that point yet, but we do have enough subs. So we have 350 paying subs right now. If we can hold that number until October, then I automatically jump up to a higher cut, which should be massive. So if you're watching the stream and you're like, man, I want to help streamer out, the best way to do that is just subscribe for 3 months. All in one chunk right now is the best way to help me, because that will come closer to guaranteeing me that higher cut, which would be currently, at my current rate of income, a raise of like about $1,000 a month. A couple months ago, about $2,000 to $4,000 per month. So, which would be really nice. It's literally like, hey, let's just give less money to Amazon. Up until the 1st of October. So from now until the 1st of October. I mean, obviously, I would like people to stay subscribed post-October, but... Thank you, Gloves. It's the difference between, like, a 50-50 cut, Chris Butt, and a, like, 70-30 cut. And you can see my total sub count up there. Granted, about 150 of those are primes, which I won't get a raise on. But the gifted subs and recurring subs will pay 20% more. Well, if it runs out late October, as long as it holds until October 1st, we're good. No stars. I get to keep the ratio for 1 year. So it's not a concern until October rolls around again. Or if I make I think it's $100,000 off of sub revenue. And not to, like, get people overly excited. That ain't fucking happening. There's no way that's gonna happen. All right, let's knock down the rest of this dirt. Some migrants have arrived. I was gonna say that's quick, but no, actually it's not. Let's see what kind of migrants we get. We get a gem cutter, a legendary gem cutter, member of the Red Inn, former member of the Spears of Drumming, member of the Cult of Aquamarine, worships the god Doran Ozurib, and is a legendary gem cutter. No other skills, just a legendary gem cutter. Welcome to the fortress, madam. Hey, Jazz. All right. Raising a family, legendary miner. And a donkey. And a turkey. Actually, it's a mule. I also have a woodcutter, who is carrying an axe and has wood cutting assigned. Perfect. Yep. Darius. And I generally get, it's like, I think this year, it was like, I looked recently, in the last 365 days, like, I've had, I think it's about 7,000 subs. That includes resubs and whatnot. So, which isn't a small number. Like, I'm very, very, very lucky, but it's certainly nowhere close to, like, the $100,000 mark. Why are you regretting to inform me of this? What's the negative involving the beer here? That seems like a positive thing to me, I suppose. All right, I would like to begin farming. So let's get farming quickly. So I'm going to move my seeds to over here. And let's move up here. Remove seeds from there. No, there's aquifers on this. It's like this wall all the way along here is an aquifer. I almost always settle on aquifers. And then I build around them and use them as needed. In fact, I'm like one of the biggest promoters of like, you should settle on aquifers and don't be afraid of aquifers. God damn it, don't be afraid of aquifers. I say that now. I mean, you say whatever you want, Pilot, but I don't see anything bad about you arriving with beer. I found out recently that there's a Pilsner that I quite like that I can buy in a tall can for $2 a can. So I am currently very, very tempted to just buy a pallet because they sell them in individual cans. And I could just buy a pallet of them, which would be like 24. And I'm like, that's like, I shouldn't do that, but I'll just keep buying them one because it's not like I get a discount if I buy a pallet, but you don't go near heavy aquifers? I like doing partial heavy aquifers sometimes because they're fun. Okay, so you're gonna be pigtails, plump helmets, middle one. You can be plump helmets, and sweet pods. Why not? Let's change it up. And you can be plump helmets. Actually, sweet pods. Plump helmets. Dimple cups. As long as they don't remove the smoothing walls, light aquifers are conquered. Yeah, no, light aquifers are fine. I have no issues with light aquifers. So I guess the way this fortress is going to end up being built is I'm going to build a little underground town down here, which is going to be where the majority of the fortress is. And then up here, there's going to be a wall across, I think. Or maybe like a wall kind of along this road here. Kind of in this area. And then this whole upper area is going to be built into an above-ground farming zone and a above-ground tavern by the roadside. And then I guess, and maybe we'll put an inn on the other side of the road. And because we are in reach of a necromancer tower, stuff's gonna get fun. Hopefully. Also, I don't think I mentioned anything when this went by, but Popped Latte, thank you very much for the 5th month. Sorry for like not stating it out loud, but cheers. Besides plump helmets and pigtails, quarry bushes are just different types of alcohol, or quarry bushes and sweet pods and cave wheat are just different types of alcohol. All right, so we're going to just quickly extend the size of this ever so slightly. Actually, no, we'll just run all the way across here. What animals do we have as well? Got a sturgeon, a great horned owl, and a porcupine. Porcupine. Look at that. Porky. The pine. Curry bushes are good for soap. Yeah, because they give the, are curry bushes rock nuts? I never, like, figure out where rock nuts come from, but I always have tons of them. Jeweler. Need some early trade goods. He ain't blue, though. And he hasn't picked up any rings, so it can't really be Sonic. Good tunes. I love the soundtrack for this video game. It's so goddamn good. They did such a goddamn good job on it. Okay, so we're going to put in farming up here. I'm going to grab this, and this is going to start making us gems because we have that legendary gem cutter. I might as well just assign that legendary gem cutter to this. Yeah, there you are. Eurist, the gem cutter, and you're going to go cut gems. You hum along frequently. Yeah, no, it's such a hummable soundtrack. All right, we are going to make a farmer's shop down here. Two of them. Those will be used to make pigtail thread get started. Just waiting for the next album to drop. Gotcha. Could put our first round of housing right here, but it would all be conglomerate, which should be fine. It's like we're probably just going to keep skimming along the edge of this aquifer. Oh, wait, never. Literally, this is the edge of the map. Okay, let's just... It's a little bit of a nicer shape. Could also dig across here and build on this side as well. Hours go by without noticing it. Yeah, no, the best soundtrack is the one that you don't turn off, right? If you disable a soundtrack, then the soundtrack has failed at its job. But if you don't turn the soundtrack off, and then it's a good soundtrack. We also are going to need a drinks still pretty soon here. So what I think we're going to need to do is we need ourselves a manager. Nobody has any skills. Chat, do I give it to Clockworks or the Expedition Leader? What do you think? One for Expedition Leader. What do you think, chat? Any other thoughts about who I should give this to? Expedition Leader seems to be the thing. All right, so Bembool gets it. We need... We'll pause this and go throne and throne. Wait for migrants? Nah. Need to get jobs set up. This is just going to be a little dining hall, I think. Farm to table, quite literally. But one tile right here is going to be an office. This is going to be assigned to the Expedition Leader. So I'm now going to queue up my first work order, which is going to be process plants. And this is going to happen when there is more than 5 processable plants, and we're going to process 5. The second thing we're going to do is we are going to make rock thrones, rock tables. We're going to just make them both out of conglomerate because that's all that's available anyway. And rock doors. Same thing. Conglomerate. We're going to increase the number to 15 for each of these. And I'm actually going to just go up here and I'm going to say, cancel that job. We're also going to need a trading depot, so might as well get that done. I'll be fine there for right now. Oopsies. I thought I triple-clicked, but I guess I didn't. Must have just double-clicked. Sam, what kind of dwarf would you like? There's a few on the list. What is a feature you recommend for newer players? Do you think it's underrated? See you make a dining hall you almost never do. Dining halls give extra happy thoughts. Yes. It's like they get happy thoughts from sleeping in a great bedroom. They get happy thoughts from eating in a dining hall. They get happy thoughts from socializing in a tavern. They don't actually get happy thoughts from being in the tavern. They get happy thoughts from socializing and listening to music and all that jazz in the tavern. Everybody does. Tossid, the miner. I'm assuming there's 2 Tossids. Toss it in the river! I mean, what? Semtexagon. She never becomes angry, and she hates vows and obligations and promises and other binding elements that could restrict her life. She is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and she is very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She often feels lustful, and she generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this, and she values friendship, and she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. And she has a greedy streak, and she occasionally overindulges, and she thinks she's fairly important in the grand scheme of things and doesn't seek out excitement, but needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of raising a family and personally considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless, finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, and sees war as a useful means to an end. She likes daysight and fine pewter, as well as crystal barrel and alligator snapping turtle shell, and the color chestnut. Water buffaloes for their wallowing, and when possible prefers to consume dwarven wine and bumblebee honey, and absolutely hates lizards. Her ochre eyes are wide set, her lips are thick, and her hair is dry. Her very long hair is tied in a ponytail, and her skin is dark tan. Her nose bridge is somewhat concave, and her head is somewhat narrow. Her hair is gray mixed with chestnut, and her nose is slightly upturned. And she's never killed anything. She has a husband who doesn't live here, no kids, and one passing acquaintance who she migrated here with and is 108 years old. Welcome to the fort. Not bad construction so far, I would say. Gotta wait for some more conglomerate blocks before I can really do much. Let's make another stone worker up here. And we'll just get this one making blocks. And we're into early autumn. Have you never seen or read the classic tale Snow White and the Seven Dwarves? Because this is definitely a reference to Snow White and the Seven Dwarves. Like, what number of dwarves would you arrive somewhere with? Obviously 7. Which one? Dopey? Dopey is one of them. I love how often I get shortlisted for random games I have no interest in. It's like, you've been shortlisted for this game you have no interest in. And then I'm just like, ignore. And then like 6 days later, they say, we notice you haven't yet played this game that you've been shortlisted for, that you've been given key for. What's wrong? And then I'm just like, I'm not interested in this video game. That's why I didn't redeem it in the first place. Apparently you're not the only one. Man. Also, the dead walk, so we should hide while we still can. So what do we have? Corpses? Dwarf corpses. Soon we will all die. You are very sub-optimistic. The animals might, though. Is everybody underground? Okay, so I got 10 dwarves, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Where's the 10th one? 10. So everybody's underground. But yes, lock the hatches. Sorry to the livestock. How big is this siege? They may also just, like, walk across the map and leave, too. So, yeah, they're all zombies. Means they're not actually that strong, but, like, because they're not intelligent undead, they're just unintelligent undead. Which means, like, they didn't graduate high school undead, which is fine. And, hold on, really? What exactly is happening? So, we're under attack by undead, normal undead, and then we get an ambush kickoff down here. This is an intelligent undead. So... Or were you just stealthed amongst the zombies that weren't? Well, I mean, they're running around and killing all my animals. Even the cat was left outside. They killed all my turkeys. How's everything going? Fantastic. Don't mind the dead livestock. Game over, man? Yeah, totally. This is not a terrifying biome. No, we're just close to a tower. It's actually a calm biome. All right. It's dead stock now. That just sounds like a metal festival dead stock. Not to be confused with the actual metal festival bloodstock. Your arm is cramping? Then don't rapid click. I mean, we're totally safe down here, but it's good to know that they're going to be sending undead and intelligent undead. Tolus, thanks for gifting a sub to Cool Dan. Cheers, Tolus. So I need to figure out some defenses. Which shouldn't be too difficult. As there is an entryway right here. Just make a bunch of cage traps and crush them. That's an option. But there's a few things we can do. I think priority number 1, though, is just getting my dwarves somewhere to sleep. So let's prioritize that. Somewhere to sleep, somewhere to eat, somewhere to drink. Once we've done that, then we can worry about the zombies on the surface up here. Did I not? I did not. Okay. Any pets salvageable? Nothing killed by a zombie is going to be salvageable. All of the livestock is dead and it's already useless. And they're not going to leave for a while, so. Just assume the answer to that is no. I'm not even going to check, Celesty, because they will be decomposed by the time we go up there. And then bait the undead down. Keep telling me what to do. Yes, definitely. Absolutely. Keep telling me exactly what you think I should do so that I can ignore it. So what I think we're going to do currently, it's like obviously there's the easy way of doing it, which would just be what chat just suggested, which is you know, laying down cage traps. But I think for this particular one, we're just going to kind of focus on building the inside of the fort and not really worry about the fact that we're under siege. I mean, there is frozen stalker. There's what, 8 of them? How many total? There's also buzzards, but 1, 2, 3 intelligent, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 unintelligent. So I think I'm just going to focus on giving these dwarves housing, because that's really what they want right now. It's not really a issue of needing to worry about the siege, so we're just going to start building our little town underground because, you know, like us getting attacked is going to kind of be par for the course, right? We're going to have to deal with that. So we're just going to start building housing for these dwarves and get this area populated and set up and get, like, you know, consistent booze flowing. And once we have all of that, then we can worry about other things. Let's worry about getting these dwarves happy first. This is going to be a tough fort for a dwarf. A 50-tile long Rube Goldberg machine designed to kill zombies in the most pointlessly complex manner. I mean, possibly. I mean, honestly, what I was thinking about doing is just like putting some spikes and then connecting them to a lever, and even if they're just wooden, like I haven't found any materials yet. I know there's iron on this map somewhere, but God knows when we'll actually find it because resources are sparse. So, yes, the undead did siege. It's a pretty small siege. It's 3 intelligent and 5 others. But yes, the undead did siege at the early autumn year 1, so I didn't even get to trade. Could I check if they're fighting each other? They are not fighting each other. They're fighting a kangaroo. They're part of the same side, so why would they fight? What are you doing currently? Just standing near a fine table? Yeah, that's fair. Might as well make 2 more workshops. What is a baron consort? It is the spouse of a baron. Yeah, they're fighting a kangaroo buck. Which means that'll get updated in a moment. Let's also make 5 more beds. And Kepa Kepa, thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. Appreciate you. If the kangaroo kicks their ass. It appears to just be kind of missing. Like, a lot. To the point where I think it got away. Where's the kangaroo at?
Let me just slide this one in here too.
Cheers, Claiborne. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for a 7th month. Welcome back, mate. Yeah, I think it's just better at dodging than the zombie is at shooting. So it's just dodging him. See, zombie's following him down there. And he's missing. Missing the mark, shall we say. Getting that booze count up a little higher, brewing pigtails and other things. I'd say we're also going to try processing some plants, but I just brewed them all, which is fine. No, that's not how... Nothing devours corpses in Dwarf Fort outside of Legends mode. We're making a Dwarven Ale out of pigtails. Got plump helmets planted, more pigtails planted, and we're out of plump helmets, so that's fine. But we're just brewing stuff, so shouldn't have too many issues with seeds. Is there any particular reason these ones didn't get orders, but guess I'll queue up rock blocks here. May have just finally run out of orders. What a deep river. I mean, it's a river. I wouldn't say it's that deep. They're fighting with a goose. Oh, hey, they found my final goose. They're fighting with that kangaroo still. Trying to finish up stuff. Just keep making those blocks. I mean, it hasn't been in the stream title for forever, but you can just look up here to see the name of it. The command I think you're looking for is goal. First chunk of housing is go. What's the best age to get invaded? One when they're still alive. You'd want a younger world for that. Best age? So I've been like working on headcanon lore over the last like 20 minutes while I've been sitting here. And I've got an idea, right? So we are the Free Theater is the name of this faction, right? The faction, one of the more recent events that they did, is because I peeked at Legends before we jumped in, was they made a slab with the secrets of life and death, the symbol of valor of this faction. So I'm just kind of assuming that by that logic, this group is kind of pro-necromancy, right? So we might be getting invaded by the necromancers. But I think that it's a very real situation that perhaps these dwarves think that the necromancers are something to be looked up to and admired. So the reason for creating a bloody tavern on the surface would be because we respect the necromancers. I mean, I'm just saying, like, you know, donations here for your future zombie army. Now, please don't kill us all. But if you must, you know, at least make sure you resurrect us. What do you think, Jen? Is interesting because mushroom mycelium tends to spread throughout the soil and takes nutrients, making it hard to farm mushrooms in the same spot twice. However, that mushroom soil works very well to grow other food items. I wonder if this realistically dwarves would rotate their farming patches to use this for better harvests. I mean, you grow them on a log, right? Or moldy wood. But I don't know. I've always wanted to cultivate mushrooms, but I've never had a garden where I've been allowed to do that. I mean, you better dig it. This is Dwarf Fort, Elfie. We're in trouble if you don't. Well, there is one mushroom that's pretty close to the description of plump helmets, which is a real one, which is my headcanon of what a plump helmet is. So wine cap, also known as garden giants. These guys. Which actually grow here, and I've seen them and picked them and eaten them here locally. So that's my headcanon of what plump helmets are. Also because they're called wine caps, and you brew them into wine in Dwarfort. Looks tasty. They're really, really tasty. They're very meaty. The problem with wine cap mushrooms, though, in real life, is if you eat too many of them, it'll give you indigestion. Like, they're tasty, but you can't eat large quantities of them. You have to be very careful with your portion sizing. But they are delicious. Too much fiber? I don't know. I don't know what the actual cause of it giving you, like, digestion problems, but... Did you listen to that debate, Ryan? I was way too entertained listening to that yesterday. For clarity's sake, I know a small record label that posted a video debating as to whether or not that Guns N' Roses performance at Glastonbury was any good. And wow. Are they in a sense juicy? For mushrooms there, I mean, there's a lot of water in them. So do people, generally. Budgie. If you stare at a person too long, they will threaten to kill you.
Tip 1205. Consult a physician if using frog in conjunction with other medication. Frog may cause hallucination and deleterious secondary effects.
Thank you, Frog, for the very important tip. And Rhinestone, thank you very much for re-upping that tier 3 sub for a 66th month. Ah! Goddamn long time, sir. Some people might experience gastrointestinal upset after eating wine caps for several consecutive days. As with any new mushroom, we advise eating just a little at first and waiting 24 hours to see how your body feels before diving into a full meal of them. Yeah. Sounds about right. All right, well, that's 6 bedrooms. Not a bad start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I need some more doors. Got processed plants jobs running. Doing okay on the booze. Euphoric due to inebriation. Doesn't feel anything without a proper room. I mean, you should have one now. Clockwork's claimed one already. Let's get another housing block up here. Gotta just deconstruct this real quick because I used the wrong command. You completely forgot. Ah, I getcha. But anyway, Ryan, how's things? You enjoying America Fuck Yeah Day? I'm pretty sure that's like the official title, right? That or it's, oh fuck, I'm in America Day. It's one of the two. Staring at people is like making contact with wild animals. It's an evolutionary trait. It's a sign of aggression. They're only poisonous on reaching the internet. Yes. And then building inside. It's what I've been doing in this version a whole lot. I used to not do it so much, but it's what I've been doing in this version because I find it suits the graphics well. It's oh fuck, I still live in Phoenix Day. It must feel like a bonfire pit right now too. Coming from a first generation immigrant. Can I ask where you came from initially? Holy Kai? This heat is stupid. I've been up here complaining about the heat, and hold on, let me do some quick maths. It's been stupidly hot here. It's supposed to hit 95 today, Fahrenheit. Like 34. I mean, that's the same temperature up here. And for Vancouver, that's pretty hot. I currently have the doorway to my hallway open and the front door. So, or rather, I have the front door and the sliding glass door open, and it's okay in here because of that. But if I didn't do that, it would be like 5 to 10 degrees hotter in here because my apartment's an oven. Gotcha. Okay, holy cow. Sure was a thing. I agree with the comment on YouTube that he sounds like Mickey Mouse in South Park. And when you get that statement made, it goes from being like, man, he really can't sing anymore to this is hysterical. And it becomes like a train wreck that you can't stop watching. And I laughed so hard when I watched it the first time. I was like, what am I even... The biggest offense I've seen for Axel is that he's 61 and was running around the whole time, but allegedly also he sat down for 2 songs? Because I haven't watched the full performance. It was like a 2-hour performance, and there was like a good 2 songs there where he just like sat cross-legged on the ground and sang even worse. See you later, President. Got some meetings early in the morning. Gotcha. So early to bed. You snooze good. And they were more watchable. I think I will just never see Guns N' Roses. I'm okay with this. Well, Ryan, you could be like every single other human being I know right now and be like, I'm moving to Calgary. And it's like, why are you moving to Calgary? Rent is cheaper. Okay. Fortunately, it's only like a $90 flight from here to Calgary. If I really want to go see those people again, I can do it pretty reasonably, but... That's how you lower your heart rate, I suppose. A little bit worried about food. Let's live and suffer in Van. Well, if you live in Vancouver, where I live, rent is just high, but it's perfectly doable. That's concerning. I've been getting random USB disconnect sounds, and as far as I can tell, nothing on my computer is actually disconnecting. Which is, not good, I'll say. I'm not a fan. It's like phantom disconnects. But like they get recorded on the stream so other people hear them. Also, chat, I should just start a new fort every day. This is how I get people to tune in. It's like recent streams we've had like, 170 people watching kind of at peak. It's like start a new fort, 300 people show up. Yeah, I should just start a new fort every day. We should just do this daily. Your computer does that constantly. You're not sure if there's a Russian spy being disappointed each time. Ah, why Russian specifically? Hopefully it's a cute Russian spy. Be like a James Bond movie. Dwarf Fortress is absolutely a work of art. Could be the motherboard USB chips beginning to fail? I do need a new computer at some point. This computer is, well, I got the motherboard used, and it was initially bought in 2017. I got it in 2020. Could next year be the year of Linux desktop? Nah. No, I'll probably go to Windows 11. And you want to know why? The honest reason as to why? I'm extremely fucking lazy. And I'd rather just have everything work natively by default without me having to use wrappers or anything. And also the other reason is people keep pestering me to do that, and the best way to make sure that I never do something is pester me to do it. SteamOS desktop? I need to edit video, my guy. In fact, actually, like, what I should do is I should get myself a Mac and use that as an editing rig, and then a server and install Linux on that, and then Windows for streaming. Google ads keep telling me this. I don't believe them. Hey, Paul. You forgot the part where they also want to steal your country's national secrets. And don't care about you unless you know national secrets, so I'm not even remotely useful. I could tell them, like, some tips about, like, growing a social media presence, but I don't think that would be particularly useful. For the last 1000th time, you're not helping, Tygo. Okay? Yeah, you're not going to convince me, even though I know you're not trying to. I'm gonna stick with Windows, thanks. The drill is continuing. Here's the other thing that I will say. Waiting for the drill. Maximus, every single OS is terrible. There are no good OSs. Linux is awful. Windows is terrible. Mac OS is a closed box that sucks. I hate every single OS I've ever used. And you know what? Because I hate them all equally, I don't actually hate any of them. They're all fine. They all have their uses. They're all great. But they're also equally terrible. So, frankly, at the end of the day, I will just use what I'm used to and what works and what I know works. Because I'd rather have something that consistently works that I know why it works than, you know, potentially sacrifice all of my productivity for a week because I have to unfuck a problem that I didn't realize I could cause in the first place. Also, that Siege left. Yay! So, you know. And telling people to swap to a particular OS because you like using it is the best way to make sure they don't do it. Trick them into using the OS without them realizing it, and they'll love it. Valve is very good at this. See example A, Steam Deck. And frankly, I think that's the best thing Valve has done in years, is like tricking everybody into using Linux. And I want Linux to be more widely used so that it gets more accessible and easier to use and compatibility gets better, but we're not gonna have that for a while. I've never played War Thunder, although I have a fuckload of achievements in War Thunder because a friend of mine logged in on my PC once. Have you actually read reviews of that thing, Jin? It looks awful. Also, it's full of Asus bloatware, and in order for the controls to work, you need to use Asus's bloatware. So, my God, that thing looks horrific. Also, like, I like my PC to stay in one place. Not a big fan of handheld PCs. Because when I'm not at my PC, you know what I like to do? I like to go outside, go for hikes, go for walks. What are the dwarves all running away from? Whoa! How the... Oh. I guess they didn't actually leave the map. Well, fort's dead. There's a, intelligent undead in my fort. Let's see if I can save this. How many of them are still on the map? I assumed that they'd left because the... Okay, so one of them decided to stick around. What are you wielding? Walnut? Hold on a second. Is this an elven... intelligent undead? Why is it using wood? I didn't notice this initially. I assumed it was, like, copper because I didn't pay much attention. Hold up. I like how nobody has any relevant skills. Let's see how many casualties we get. All right, guys, there's 10 of us. Go smack it. Let's see who wins. Seven. 6, 5. 4, 3. 2. 1. Who's left? Alban, who's currently tired and hauling conglomerate. Why are you still hauling conglomerate, dude? Go get that axe. Wait, hold on. Did it die? Nope, it's still down here. It is seriously injured though. Ah. I'm waiting for this drill sound to go away. Okay. Let's reclaim it. It's been a while since we've gotten to do this. But I think it's time to reclaim the fort. Because the fortress will rise again. How did it get in? I assumed that they'd all left the map because I saw that the siege was done. But, clearly they had. We didn't even get Kogan's son because they died so quickly. It just skipped straight to Death Spiral. What happened? A single intelligent undead got into the fortress and killed all 7 of my dwarves. It is. Start new in existing world. There we go. That's what I wanted. I clicked the wrong button. Also, hey, Moogie. Here's the thing. Why in the world would I quit without autosaving when I could send another squad of dwarves that actually have combat skill? Go in, clear them out. Same faction, free theater. Also City Ram, that's a good name. Rosepass. And reclaim. You don't think you've ever made it through a stream? I can credit you two with your dwarves back if you want. So we're just gonna give them all proficient axe dwarf. and fighter. We're going to see if we can kill this. Every single one of these dwarves is going to be an axe dwarf and a fighter. We're going to leave the name and everything the same. Maybe change the symbol. Or what, shield user instead of fighter? I don't know. Will it still be there? Likely. So chat, actually, just show of hands. Who here has reclaimed a fort before? That's the question. If you love your redeemed dwarf, set it free. This is true. Not you? All right. Well, it looks like a lot of people haven't redeemed dwarves before, so, or not dwarves, haven't reclaimed a fort before. I'm hungry. I'm gonna go grab my lunch real quick. I will be back in under 1:30 because ads are about to run, and then we'll reclaim this fort. Back in a sec.
Sandwich!
This drilling is gonna be the death of me, chat room. Like, seriously, it's going to be the death of me. We got 20 seconds left on the ad, and I got a sandwich to nom on, so. Why axe and not hammer? Because axes are actually useful in the early game. This is a really early lunch break for me. Well, in that case, I'll give them... Where is shield user? There it is. I'll give them all a point in shield user. But at least they'll have novice shield user. I just hope I don't get an undead explosion. What is that? I don't put butter on my sandwiches. Safe keeps. Which dwarf would you like? Is the question. All right. This is an image of dwarf. 7. 7 dwarves. The 7 dwarves are dead. The 7 dwarves are laughing. There we go. Laughing in death. We'll go with that. And the inky hardiness. Let's call it the... Let's go with the bloody hardiness. There we go. That'll do. That'll do. Third on the list, do you want Fath? Can I still not type in this zone? I guess I can. Okay. I'll give you Fath once you've embarked. So, let's dive back in. There's plenty of stuff already there, so I'm not going to worry about bringing more. Perez, thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. I am ready! You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Emishtintad. There is almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or puck provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings ere the dingoes get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here at this place, Rosepass. Strike the earth. More like part 2 of dwarven history. All right, so... Fath, who is right here, is going to be, quickly, named Safe Keeps. Always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations. He is very trusting and he forms strong emotional bonds with others, at times to his detriment. He takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance and isn't given to flights of fancy. He is stubborn and he tends to hang on to grievances. He does not often experience strong cravings or urges and isn't particularly ambitious and has a sense of duty. When greeting others, he always smiles nervously. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally sees merrymaking as a waste and finds the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish. He likes claystone and electrum and tapizolite and capuchin parchment. And the color heliotrope and sperm whales for their vengeful nature, and the sound of the Carillion adoration and the sight of the tress of meandering when possible prefers to consume tuber beer and absolutely hates mosquitoes. His very long beard is arranged in double braids. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his very long hair is neatly combed. He has low cheekbones, and his silver eyes are bulging. His extremely tall, small-lobed ears are very splayed out, and his nose bridge is concave. I should have brought war dogs. Oh well. His ears are somewhat broad, and his hair is chocolate, and his skin is raw umber. All right, so we've done that. I will consider honoring previous dwarves for people because I feel kind of bad, but because we're reclaiming. Oh wow. We do actually have full vision. I was going to say, I'm not sure if we'll have vision or not, but is the creature still on this map? Not that I'm seeing right now, but he might still be down here. So let's reclaim everything down here. And I'm going to make a squad real quick. We'll just make the expedition leader the head of this squad. All right. Let's go see if that zombie is still here. So in my headcanon, this is the trade caravan that was supposed to come and trade, which wasn't able to get in due to mysterious circumstances. Something was sieging them, and they weren't able to get to where they were. There's Sem's skeleton. So no luck thus far. At least we got bedrooms already set up. And it's only been 2 weeks' time, so I'm just scanning to make sure everything's left. All right, we appear to be clear. We will rebuild. We will rebuild. But this is where it got in. You ate too much? That's not good. Bridge is still there. Oh yeah, no, they will absolutely haunt us. So what we need to do now is I need to remove them from duty. I need to make stockpiles for food and seeds. So let's just get a seed stockpile up first. And this is why, if you're playing in super early game, don't bother just saving and reloading. Just reclaim. You'll have a much more interesting experience if you do that. Let's go gems. I swear, chat, this drilling, this constant drilling is going to make me go insane. Like, genuinely, it is the most annoying sound. It's been going on for 5 days now. And it's like, how many days does it take to install some electric car chargers? I mean, come on, guys. This is getting absurd. Like, I'm going to be completely nuts by the time they finally finish this thing. We also need to go to one of these and go coffin. We need 10, right? So let's actually jump over to here and go manager. We'll give it to safe keeps. The zones still exist and everything, so the dwarves can, like, claim bedrooms as needed. See, I do actually unironically listen to Sun, and Sun's music is beautiful. This just sounds like a drill. And now it sounds like an angle grinder, which is even worse. No, I mean, I think you're confusing, like, Sun with heavy metal machine music. Okay, so rock coffin, not to be confused with rock lobster. We're going to make them out of conglomerate. We only need 10. But let them get to it. No, that's not industrial metal. Industrial metal is kind of something different. I'm talking about, like, noise rock, if you even want to call it rock. Noise music is what I'm referring to. Bratwurst and hamburgers and had one of each. Gotcha. You're going to eat it? Yeah, damn right. If you're going to cook that much, you might as well eat it. That's just a given. That's just logic right there. But now you guys get the fun of getting to see me put this stuff back together. Also, look at this. Hold up. So there's a tunnel tube spear here, which I'm assuming was left by that intelligent undead. Why is it spattered with jabberer blood? Somehow, that dude fought with a jabberer in that time. That's kind of whack. How in the world did they fight with a jabberer in that time? I know I didn't have a jabberer, but sometime in the last 2 weeks, that intelligent undead that was wielding that wooden spear fought with a jabberer. I know that there was some spilled wine down here. There's a rat. I mean, that's to be expected, I guess. All right, so it was what? Clockworks and Semtexagon had dwarves, right? Would you guys like me to just give you guys your dwarves? Because I could just recredit you guys. I don't actually care that much. Or I could refund the tickets, because I do feel kind of bad about how quickly they died. Yeah, jabberers are third cavern layer creature. Which one from the list would you like? Clock. And I apologize for the drilling sound. There's like nothing I can do, so. Yeah, the undead jumped down onto that bridge that I was building. You'd like cog? Okay. You can just be another cog in the wall. Clockworks would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight. He is bashful and prefers to be alone. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and I'm sorry about the drill sounds. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and doesn't seek out excitement. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he sometimes acts without deliberation. He doesn't focus on material goods and isn't particularly ambitious. He is stubborn and can occasionally overindulge. When he's thinking, he has a tendency to chew on his cheek. When he tends to stretch out when he's bored and whispers when he's thinking hard about something. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. He personally respects the law and values romance and dreams of raising a family. Likes garnerite and aluminum and black diamond, giant leopard gecko tooth and earrings and guinea fowls for their social nature, and grizzly bear men for their strength, and the sight of the tactician skirt, and when possible prefers to consume orangutan and durian wine, and finger mullet, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. He has a very long beard, which is arranged in double braids. His sideburns are clean-shaven, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His hair is braided, and his splayed-out ears have large hanging lobes. His nose bridge is concave, and his nose is hooked. His emerald eyes are close set, and his hair is dark chestnut, and his skin is cinnamon. All right, let's deconstruct both of these wagons. Uh-oh, I did not smooth this quick enough. You sense a future captain of the guard? Possibly. Certainly is a possibility. All right, let's see. Are these beds getting claimed? I'm actually just going to, I think, delete all these bedrooms and then rebuild them. No way to, like, mass delete these. Guess not. guess I'll just assign them. Probably faster, to be honest. Blockworks. And you. Okay, so we're gonna go up here now, and we're gonna fill in this last tile. And once this tile is done, then I will put a block there, and then we'll start digging on this side. We definitely need to make a shrine to the 10 dwarves who founded this fortress. And I think that going forward, this is going to be a fortress of darkness and vengeance. Because violence only begets violence. So, Chad, how do we build this memorial? What do you think? So we have to do a good memorial for this, for these original dwarves. I mean, they frankly deserve it. And we're going to start getting hunted by them pretty soon if we don't. So I'm thinking... maybe a row along this. Statues along the roadside. I like that idea. I'm thinking more tombs right now, though. I'm thinking a set of tombs along this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. So, like, I could just do a row there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Could do a row of coffins along here with slabs in front of each one and fortify this so that they could look out into the river. What's the most crazy thing that happened to your dwarves? That is such a general question. I don't think I can answer that. Yes, I have all of their bodies. They're all scattered about. In fact, there's a ghost. There's Aban. I can't do Windows because I don't have that industry set up yet. I could set it up, but that's not a huge priority. Could do Windows later. But I do like the idea of statues on the roadside. The problem with statues on the roadside is they'll get toppled. So aside from having to like clean stuff up and put stuff away again, like realistically this is much faster than an ambush. You know what? Chat, do I let curiosity get the better of me? Just yes or no? Just don't worry about it. Rodent woman blowgunner. Huh. So there's a rodent woman blowgunner in the basement. I was wondering if it was the intelligent undead. So it was a rodent woman fighting with a crundle, is what that was. Which is kind of adorable. I mean, I haven't hit the first cavern layer yet. I also didn't look at what layer cavern layer 1 was at. That was minimal spoilers looking in advance. Between actual walls and color fog of war. It's done that since since forever. Okay, that's Sem's So this Urist, Sam, and Meng. It's the first few. Setting up everything first and then just using pawns for some early farming. Dig deeply, that's how you find fun. That term exists for a reason. An ambush, drive them out, there's more. Well, it's nothing scary against me, just ravens. It's a pretty good tune, isn't it? I was wondering why the game was running so slowly again. I'm kind of happy that no matter how long I've played this game, I'm still not immune to accidentally pausing it and not realizing that I've paused it. It's not every day that a trade caravan arrives at a fort that they thought was, you know, beginning and doing things, but instead was, you know, recently destroyed. Man, was somebody up on the surface? Yeah, man, there must be a lot of rodent people. I may have to do exterminate rodent _man at some point. You're sleeping. At least I get bedrooms from the start. That's gonna be great for their thoughts. Aside from the horrified after being haunted by the dead and, you know, bodies being everywhere problem. It's a very spooky, like, farm field we have down here. Is anybody else actually just going to unassign you from Fisher Dwarves so I don't see that? Okay, guys, we got a bunch of tombs that need filling. Let's just put a corpse stockpile right there. Also getting stuff planted. Last tenants died, so we took over. Pretty much, yep. Mm-hmm. Did those dwarfs go to sleep, or they were all awake before you left? I mean, a intelligent undead got into the fort and killed all 10 of the dwarves that we had, so I reclaimed the fort. Was this an abandoned fort? No. No, we started and a intelligent undead got in, so I reclaimed. You missed the fun. It was over pretty suddenly in your defense. I think you and please analysis just have good taste in streams, realistically. I think that's the actual reality here. I think you just have good taste in streams. I already have a ghost. Yep, from the previous dwarves. You get ghosts really quickly if you reclaim and everybody died. which is why I should probably limit the dwarves that can plant. Because I need the rest to be putting away bodies. Like, the fastest way you're going to get, like, what's the word? Ghosts in your fort is if you, the fastest way to get ghosts in a fort is literally just let everybody in your fort die and then reclaim it. It's the fastest way to get ghosts. How the hell is there a rodent woman head in here? That's insane. Me, Tomato, or random 2 viewer DF streamer. Yep. Put to rest. It's another ghost gone. Conducting a meeting. With who? Ah, someone's upset. Lycot's having a rough day. There will be much rejoicing when the drilling stops. I'm actually going to lower that down to just 2 dwarves. Do not need everybody doing this right now. I do, however, need stuff put away. Yeah, there's rodent people skeletons in my fort. How the hell did they get... Okay, so I have a theory. I have a theory that we're actually camped close to a cave that has cavern access, which would mean while World Gen is running and while time is moving forward, it would have access, which is why there's a bunch of spore tree and tunnel tube spears in here. They came up here and checked out the fort while we were underground. The hunt? Nah. No, it's gonna be the Red Inn. Which is why there's rodent women. So my headcanon is that the rodents came up here and got into a fight with my dwarves. And then after a while, finally, the dwarves managed to push them back, I suppose. You can expel them and be humane. Gordy Casco. I guess it's the question. Do you want to be like that one party that nobody votes for in Canada that thinks that eugenics is a good idea and just like mass removal of breeding rights for anybody who's diagnosed with depression? Or do you want to be somebody who's just like, you know what, maybe we need to send you to therapy. So you send them to a local helix that's obviously better at caring for the dwarves than you are. It depends on what route you'd rather go. Points start at 300 year fort. Maybe go for 50 years before you do 300 years. Terrible spears, though, Felice. Yeah, that too. Train them up, put them in the military, and send them to conquer places. Do I have any more ghosts? Stocks. Shut up. Corpses. Just unforbid all of these skeletons. You know, big box. People always ask me this question, these kinds of questions with no context. What about them? It's a perfectly viable way to play. What are you asking that for? What's the point of the question? I need you to tell me the purpose behind the question instead of saying, what about this? What about it? Like, it's a perfectly legitimate way to play. Why is it being asked? Why is this question being asked in this context? I have no idea how to respond to it, because genuinely, I don't know what you mean by the question. All your military dwarves get sad. You need dwarves that like excitement in their lives and can handle stress. And respect martial prowess. It's okay, no migrants though? Well, I mean, if you only have 7 dwarves and you have no migrants, then odds are pretty good that there ain't much actually going on in your world, or your faction's pretty dead, or you're too far away from your faction. I mean, nothing could possibly go wrong if you did that. Cool, Dan. Wow, some of these bodies are real far away. Okay, you're hauling. Yeah, so it must have been raided by rodent people after the fight was over. That should claim everything. Yep. At least the tomb's getting filled up. Raided, not roaded, but roded, more like rodon't. All right, so it looks like we've got all of these dwarves buried now. I currently have only one plan, $1 million monster, and that is get the fort stable, and then we'll figure out cool projects. But currently, the literal only plan is get this fort stabilized. It's like the least secret entrance in a video game, though. It's also not just video games that do that. El Dorado did that. Exclamation point goal, vanilla. That's the one I'm looking for. Couldn't see it for some reason. Let's get our first general stockpile placed. Or replaced, I suppose. Actually, no, I don't need a food one. Furniture, gems, sure. Well, let's just do cut gems. Leather, sheets, weapons. I'll make a second one for wood. Let's try and get stuff put away. Precisely, Phillies. Precisely. You are completely correct. But, I don't know. I'm thinking more like a tower kind of design. I'm not really planning on using the waterfall for anything. It's pretty trite. I often end up doing that, so. Besides, it's just going to end up with being full of dead sea lampreys and various other creatures anyway. Okay. The next thing I need is a mechanics workshop. So just make out a conglomerate as well. At least we have a bunch of, like, you know, bedrooms set up already. I guess that's like the one positive thing about that. Kind of sad we didn't get to kill that goddamn zombie. Maybe he'll show up again, though. which is definitely a possibility. I'm so sorry about the drilling sounds. Just keeps going off. It stopped earlier yesterday, but man, today it's been kind of brutal. You don't hear any drilling? Some people do. It's definitely picking up. I can see it on the waveform. Found a goblin cap round shield. Interesting. How's it going, Top Fuel? It's going all right. Doing the, the whole brand new fort thing. We're going to be running 2 forts concurrently going on. We're going to be running this in Machine Waters. This one's been eventful. We're pretty close to a tower, so we get besieged by zombies on a relatively frequent basis. Really set up the biggest hurdle? I don't know about that. I would say the biggest hurdle is actually your own dwarves, but right now we just don't have a lot of hands, and there's a lot of bodies and things everywhere, and I've got a lot of stuff to haul, so we're just kind of working on one thing at a time right now. Just trying to get my stockpile refilled. Because we had to reclaim the fort after some unfortunate fun. Tedium? I'd say reclaiming can have a lot of tedium. I don't think initial setup has a lot of tedium. Initial setup, assuming you set up correctly, is pretty straightforward. I think that it can get a little tedious if you're reclaiming, but outside of the whole process of reclaiming, I don't think it's that tedious. It's pretty straightforward, actually. Most colony games, right? Like your worst enemy is your own dwarves usually. It's like your worst enemy is your own fortress. The one thing you truly must defeat. Back to work and being deaf? Why are you deaf at work? That doesn't sound healthy. Keep on expecting that creature to show up. Oh, absolutely. No, I mean, reclaiming is exactly the same as starting a new fort. You just start off with a fort instead of starting off without a fort. Quite literally, it is identical. Oh, they gotta mute the stream. I mean, at least we have closed captions, right? And while they're not fantastic, they are usable. I was, in fact, joking, yes. I love just, like, the blood everywhere. There's just blood kind of strewn all about the place. His own fine bed. Proud. Adil, I'm glad that you are proud of your own fine bed. Looks like it landed and crushed somebody. I mean, what about the shoe with the blood stain underneath it? It's gonna take a while to get everything put away. I guess I could, put 2 wheelbarrows there so the dwarves do things besides just haul one thing at a time. I want a little bit more of a process here. Let's go and make us a... Could do a millstone. Also do a quern. Kind of leaning quern. Make us a single rock quern. Assuming that this will slow down the number of dwarves hauling stuff, and eventually they'll just start using the wheelbarrows instead. What was that fighting? It's usually just sea otters and fish falling down the waterfall. There's going to be constant fighting notifications because there's a waterfall here. So things are going to fall down the waterfall, and then you'll get fighting. Like, we're about to get one for this pond turtle. Oh, maybe not this pond turtle. I was going to say snapping turtle, but it's not a snapping turtle. But every single time something falls down the waterfall, you'll get a fighting. You'll get a combat log popping up. And it's all going to be like, thing collides with object, is what it's going to be. Carrying one piece of thread. Very efficient there, Dwarf. Let's also make a wood stockpile. Maybe Credence will perform. I do love the idea, though, of a boulder falling out of the sky and crushing somebody. That is kind of a funny mental image. All right. Just got a DM I had to respond to promptly. I'm dropping piano instruments made of lead sounds like a fun defense. Dropping piano instruments made of lead. I think the reality would actually just be stuff would sidestep out of the way of it. Responding to a DM. I'm not a D&D fan. I'm actually pretty consistently an anti-D&D person. I do not like tabletop games in the slightest. Which makes many people very sad to hear for some reason. I'm a little, perplexed as to why they haven't, swapped over to using using the wheelbarrows just yet, but guess we're just kind of stuck waiting for migrants. And Nordstrom, what kind of dwarf would you like? Since there's only 7, it's a pretty small list, but who looks good to you? We got somebody who's been assigned planter, who's a little pissed off at this point. We've got we've got Cog, we've got Lolar and Adil and Ezem. Anybody strike your fancy? But yeah, Dandy Barfunkel would probably be about as effective as dropping like boulders on dudes, which is very, 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 very ineffective. Like, it's extremely ineffective. How about a peasant? Which one? We have 4. Although, one of them is currently named. So would you like Cog, Lolar, or Adil? Cog? Cog. Currently brewing drinks from plants. Whoops, I can type. Nord from... I think I spelled that right. Like Nortrum. All right. She is bored by reality and would much rather disappear utterly into and forever into a world of made-up fantasy. Word. She is very comfortable around others that have a different appearance, that are different from herself, and she is greatly moved by art and natural beauty. So, having read this sentence, I think that this dwarf's like actual calling is to go like run a panel at an anime convention. She is greatly moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She is swayed by the emotions, by emotional appeals, and does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops, sorry, where was I? And she is swayed by emotional appeals and does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings, and she tends to hold on to any physical confrontations, to avoid any physical confrontations, and works to square's natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She is stubborn, and she thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and she is a friendly individual. She is grateful when others help her out and tries to return favors, and is a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and she prefers to present herself modestly, and occasionally overindulges, and tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. Yep, definitely go an anime convention goer. And tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and exhales slowly and deliberately when she starts getting bored and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Holy shit, this dwarf. She personally sees freedom and independence as completely worthless and is put off by family. Ah, yes. A fascist anime convention goer, and likes Orpiment and Electrum and Almondine and Green Glass and Armadillo Tooth and Carpbone and Sheep's Wool and Ikohedra, Cages and the words of the bewildering musics and the sound of the poetry of adoration, and when possible prefers to consume donkey cheese and date wine and absolutely hates leeches. Her nose is hooked, and she has a high voice. Her hair is clean-shaven because she's bald, mean, and full of beans. And her extremely tall, broad ears are splayed out. And her nose bridge is concave, and she has a round chin. And her dark tan skin is wrinkled. Her hair is dark taupe and with flecks of gray, and her eyes are bronze. So, no, that's not a bug. That's a very, very, very poor design decision, which has not been changed yet. But archers haven't worked in a very long time, so. I mean, they do live under a rock, generally. Many rocks, even. Please. Overall, though, I would say pretty typical dwarf. Where was I? Yeah, we're still just in the cleanup phase. I just have to let them clean stuff up. Put stuff away, dwarfs. All right, so I need a place to clean up bodies. So I don't know if I want to make a drawbridge. I kind of just want to make a drawbridge crusher. It's not the most convenient thing, but could also do it this way, which is I think what I'm gonna do. But first, let's just let them keep putting stuff away for a little bit longer. We got plenty of drink. I can pause that. It's making my dwarves unhappy. There was bodies everywhere. But we reclaimed this fort after my original dwarves died. So, like, there was dead dwarves everywhere and ghosts initially, but we're working on getting that sorted. Hello, Clino. How are you? But how goes things over in Clinodev's part of the world? I'm grabbing an image to send to somebody via DMs currently. Because I'm doing behind the scenes stuff while streaming, which is a very bad idea. Don't ever do that. If you ever stream full time, make sure that you keep the utmost of focus on the stream and don't, like, respond to Discord DMs mid-stream or anything. Don't ever do that. It's bad form. Happy Imperialism Day. I was saying shoot guns at the sun day, but Canada Day was a few days ago, so my national holiday that I pretend to care about is already over. And my Canada Day was a little strange. Well, it wasn't really Canada Day. It was the day after Canada Day. I got summoned by a friend who I haven't seen in ages, who then proceeded to just, like, fucking cry on my shoulder for an entire evening, which was interesting. Because that person just went through a breakup, so she was just like, need an emotional support person for a day. Kind of overshadowed my Canada Day, to be honest. Not that I really did much on Canada Day. I just went to a pub and drank a couple beers. And then went home. Because, like, that's all I do. Will 500 worlds cause a very long save time? No. Everybody's just like, don't 500-year-old worlds do, like, I mean, maybe a 2,000-year-old world. But the save times in Dwarf are pretty long anyway. What kind of beer? Okay. I had a hazy pale ale. I had a London fog ale, and which is just like a lager that's brewed with London fog ingredients and lactose, or tea and lactose. And then I had an IPA, which is a pretty good IPA. They make 4 different beers at that brewery, so the selection isn't that great. And I'm not a fan of their lagers, so. It's called Dogwood Brewing if you want to look it up. It's on Marine Drive in Vancouver. I'm gonna build a bridge right here so that they can access on this side as well. To speed stuff up. You are upset. There ain't much I can do about it, though, Dwarf. Only if it gets set on fire does the barrel get destroyed. We're going to make rock mugs. Just a few of them. Just becomes an empty barrel, yes. Barrels are not a consumable item. Barrels are a reusable item. They fill the barrel back up with alcohol the next time they use it. So, Clino, do you have any idea when the next patch is going to be, since you're in my chat? I always have to ask you. Have you heard things from the secret realms of Tarn Adams? Let's keep, we now have some mugs, there we go, which is all that we really needed. Now we can haul our mugs down here to go get drinks, which is an improvement, shall we say. at the very least, they won't complain about not being able to use a mug, and then we have a place over here for them to eat. You're eating, what are you eating? A plump helmet? And then a plump helmet seed will appear underneath your tush, and then you can go plant those again. Manager over here is attending a meeting. We need to give you a nicer office, I think. Because Lycott over here is having a really rough time of things. You want to pray to Vesh. Vesh is the deity of suicide, my guy. Well, at least that checks out. Let's see. Who is the most popular god in this fort? Vesh has 3, which is the god of death, rebirth, and suicide. Doran, the god of metals, has 1. Ognet, the veiled minds, has 1. And then Nimen, the god of rivalry, has 1. And then the god of wealth, trade, and chaos, Bim, has 1. Pretty evenly spread around religions. All right, we'll give them a temple, just so that they have somewhere to go. Even if it's nothing, really. What's up, Igor? Became the world's supplier of whiskey barrels, which are reused for everyone else's whiskey. Yep, absolutely. It's how the barrel gets its flavor. And really talented tasters of things can tell the difference between the barrels used in a particular whiskey, which is witchcraft, if you ask me. But, you know, we're getting there. Stuff's getting put away, which is good. The question is, will we make it to trading season this year, or will we just get attacked and have to try again? We'll find out. Are you just reliving being haunted by the dead? Dwelling upon seeing Semtexagon's dead body. And uneasy. Just going to delete this stockpile. Just let the bodies sit there. Because that's kind of a rough spot for the dwarves to be in. So yeah, there has to be some sort of access for the rodent creatures down here. Because we've reclaimed it and there's just like a bunch of spore tree spears everywhere, which are terrible. But also, on top of the spears, there's like spore tree blowguns. I haven't seen any darts, but there's a lot of arrows. And there was rodent people skeletons. So after all of my dwarves died, the rodents must have come up from a local cave in the vicinity and gone after the intelligent undead that was in here. So there was some sort of fight between that intelligent undead and the rodents after we left. You'll see a Rob Zombie. Their best engineers manufacture a Dragula. Ah. Did they, well, I'm sorry, I can't remember a single lyric of Dragula right now. I was just going to start, like, humming Dragula lyrics, and it's not working. When will I see one? Probably around the same time we see a Bob Ross, which we had in the last fort, so. Which may also be one of the greatest screenshots I've ever taken of Dwarf Fortress, but I mean, look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's perfect. He's perfect. Like, look at him. You can't handle the Bob Ross. Dwarf Ross. He's so good. Can we get a Dwarf Ross emote? I mean, I could just, like that image is on my Discord. If someone just uploads it to Better Twitch, I'll add it to my chat. You don't have any DF news? Then why are you here? The heck, man? You're supposed to show up when there's stuff to talk about, and you know other times. You're not allowed to, like, casually watch my stream like a normal person. You are affiliated, sort of, with Kit Fox, so thus you have to have news by law to show up. That's fine. It's okay, I don't have any news either. The only news that I have is the stuff that Putnam talked about the other day, which was pretty good. You don't know how Better Twitch works? Someone in chat will. Raging Cave, hello. It's good to see you. But you'll need to have Better Twitch TV installed in order to see the emote, because I'm not going to replace one of my emotes. And we would need an additional, like, damn close to 3,000 subscribers to get another emote unlocked, so I'm not unlocking any emotes anytime soon. DX Pong, give me a sec. Keep going. Miracles of comprehensiveness are seldom seen. All caught up. I'm happy to say I haven't seen a single second of a Rick and Morty show, so I have no idea what you're talking about. Some migrants have arrived. Okay. What are we getting? Got Zasset and Tholteg and a Carpenter. So far we have a Boyer, a Weaver, and a Carpenter. What else did we get? Brings us up to 10. Welcome to the New Bloods. How old are you? 122. Look at you. It's an old dwarf. Well, they didn't close the studio, but they are going from being a developer and publisher to just being a publisher, which kind of sucks, because Daedalic made some really, really, really cool games over the years. Like, I'm genuinely bummed out by that news, to be honest with you. We're gonna make a well. Let's see, is this an aquifer? Hey, it is. Makes my life easy. But you knew Bob Ross as the bird guy when you grew up as a kid. You grew up on a farm in the town that he filmed the show in, and you had a pair of golden eagles nesting in our barn, and he came to see them several times, always wore his hair tied back under a trucker hat. Oh, really? Huh. That's fascinating. You've never told me that story before. That's cool. The bird guy. Wasn't he also a drill sergeant? It's like the one thing that I feel like I know about Bob Ross that may or may not be right. All right, so that's our aquifer space. So that'll fill up pretty quick. And we can get a well up here. Let's grab us a well. Oops. So I don't need to worry about having a safe, accessible water source. We'll just have it. It's already got Meng's blood in it. And then this right here can just be a water source. I mean, I'll set it as a water source. Game is trademark in the future? I mean, yes. The decision to publish the game at that state locked you into as if they were looking for a reason to close it and forced the release date and said after the expedited, yes, that's it for you. I mean, they had another Lord of the Rings game in the works, which is curious, to say the least. To the point where, like, I'm curious as to what the other game was. Isn't it going to be muddy because it's 1D? Does it really matter? Like, genuine question. Does it really matter? Because in my experience with testing, it doesn't. As long as it's not salty, it doesn't matter. Let's do that. I mean, you could sort of say that I don't cut my hair to save money on haircuts, but I feel like almost anybody who doesn't cut their hair kind of has that. The other thing I need to do is I need to make a loom, and I do actually have a weaver now. So let's trim this area out down here. Get some weavers constructed down there. So you don't have to perform hair maintenance. You're also lucky enough to be going bald early. At least it's receding. So it's even less work. I don't think I've ever seen somebody say that they're lucky enough to be going bald early. I don't believe I've ever seen somebody say that before. That is a first. Still getting stuff put away. God damn. I do hope we get traders, though, and not just a bunch of zombies this year. What, his big hair? I mean, yeah, that's fair. I mean, I walk around with my hair tied back. The only time I really don't have my hair tied back is if I go to metal shows. And admittedly, that's not super common for me these days. Although I will be going to a few different festivals in the next little bit, which is kind of excited about. Looking forward to going to go see Third Eye Blind. That's the big show that I'm going to. But it's that and Dream Theater. Although Dream Theater isn't a festival technically. Third Eye Blind is actually a festival. I get to see Finger 11 for a second time, which will be fun. Is hidden by your mohawk? Hey, you know, if it works. I recently suggested that somebody I know try a mohawk, and his response was, so. Also, Munchie sounds like a place that stoners would love. Like, where are you moving? Munchie. Alright, well, I've got some pretty upset dwarves. There you go. The rites of the fated doctrine. Which I guess would be the god of suicide, rebirth, and death, or whatever. You're probably washing it or combing it. So, saw something kind of, or not funny, but something amusing happened in public transit a couple weeks ago. I was on a train, and I was going to go see a concert with a friend of mine. And across from us sat down this guy who I think I was actually going to the same concert, but got off at a different stop. And he had hair down to his waist. He looked like he was maybe mid-40s. And it was perfectly straight and perfectly combed. Like his hair was immaculate. And he sat down on the train, and, you know, we're riding, and he gets up and he gets off. And my friend leans over and he goes, "So, do you see something sticking out of his pocket?" I go, "No, why?" And he goes, "I was sitting here thinking that he had a knife. It was a comb." It's like the entire time he's like, my friend was about to have a panic attack because he thought that the guy across from us had a knife sticking out of his pocket. But as he stood up, he pulled it out and started combing his hair as he walked off the train. Which is very funny to me. Where do you send the PNG? Well, I mean, if you don't want to upload it to Better Twitch or FFZ, just DM it to me, and I'll upload it. I don't generally like uploading emotes, but I'll do it. But yeah, just fire the PNG to me via Discord or something, and I'll upload it. Or a Cousin It hair situation? I mean, like, perfectly straightened, immaculate, shining metal hair. That was like waist length. For the pulse pounding thrill of the save bar. I thought you were going to say of the drill that's going on in my basement still, and hammering sounds. Because what they're doing is they're going to every single parking spot in the basement, and there's like, 200 of them. And they are putting power hookups in each one so that a car charger can be attached if the owner wants to. Which quite literally means I'm sitting here and then every 90 seconds I hear bzzz, and then it stops. And then it starts again. And this is just going to be going on until they run out of car parking spaces. And every single time I hear it, I get angry because this project was greenlit instead of making a bike room. We have guest parking as well in my building, which is only 12 hours. It's like, why does this building even have parking? It makes no sense. It's okay, though. I'm currently, requesting another year's lease for this unit, and I'm just going to put a bike hanger on the wall and buy myself a bike rack. Just gonna do that. Got it. All right. I am downloading the Dwarf image and uploading it to Better Twitch. So for those of you who use Better Twitch, you will see a new emote in a moment. But I'm not uploading it as an emote to my channel for a multitude of reasons. Ah, never mind. I see it's too tall. It has to be 112 by 112 pixels, which I can cut down later. Unless you want to trim it down to just his head. So I think we're going to get a little weaving thing set up over here, little weaver's industry. And I can get the blocks going again once we run out. And we can start... Do I have sand? Where's sand? Where's sand? I dug through sand, right? You know, why don't we get a little bit of a glass industry going? Why not? Because like I've got pigtail cloth or pigtail thread already, so I can make some more bags. And I only need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more bags to fill up that stockpile. We can start making bags, and that'll be enough for our seeds once we get 7 more. And then after that, we can start making glass because we'll have access to sand. So I really just need to make a smelter and a wood burner is what... Oh. Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, the supply caravan from the Free Theater has arrived as a welcome sight, and their eyes are alight with anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious craft dwarves. How about the clothing from those that died before we got here? Anyway, take a careful stock of your own stores. With these merchants might offer... might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. All right, well, let's trade. We need a broker. I'm going to sell all of these arrows that they threw at us because I have no value for them. Let's sell the clothing that is just lying around, which is most of it. We're going to sell those spears as well. We can sell the body parts, which they'll take, but won't actually do anything with. They don't pay you for them, but they will take them. Which is an easy way to get through body parts. Actually, no, sorry. Only humans will take body parts. Dwarves won't. Let's see. Sell that. Sell that. Spore tree spear. Fascinating. Bunch of blowguns. Gives you images of people hanging bikes on ceiling via hooks. I'm just thinking about a wall mount. There's plenty of wall mounts out there for bikes. Plenty of wall mounts. It's the grim reminder of the 7 dwarves who took in a princess. Yep. Okay, so for broker, nobody has any skill. All right, full take the weaver. Gets to be my broker. And our expedition leader, Adil, meets with the outpost liaison, Lytast, and they say, I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss the situation. There's much to share. What requests do you have of our merchants? Realistically, iron bars, steel anvils, and iron anvils. They want blocks. All right. Good morning, Deep Space. How are you? You want a staircase in a specific place, but there's an aquifer away. Is there a way to delete the aquifer? Is it in stone or dirt? No, see, here, I get it. I assumed it wasn't pronounced that way, but that word looks like munchie. So you know what? Munchie. I'm just saying, like it's what it looks like, but fair enough, Glenno. Yeah. But okay, so if it's dirt, dig out the stair, assuming it's a light aquifer and not a heavy aquifer. Dig through it, okay? Dig a circle around it and then fill it in with blocks, and you'll be fine. As long as you're going vertically, it'll be totally fine. Oh, excellent. So I think while they were walking in, a bunch of Kias stole a bunch of stuff from the traders, meaning I'm going to get charged for it. Water will not spawn in the staircase, no. Just from walls and ceiling. I'm waiting for the drilling to end. There we go. Christ almighty. Okay, we got 7 more items, 6 more items, 5, 4. In almost every dwarf fortress, you see crafting stations being surrounded by walls. Why do people do that? No, it does. So it's an old strategy. Basically, like, Dwarf Fortress is filled with all sorts of weird meta strategies that people do because they don't know how the game works. And then this causes, like, repeat building patterns. And what it is if you don't know how the game works, right, and you're very worried about failing strange moods, if you build walls around each individual workshop, if somebody doesn't have everything they need, instead of worrying about the strange mood, you just simply build walls around them and let them die, which I hate. I hate that strat. I think it's lazy and ugly, and I don't like the way the walls look. It's preference mostly. It's not how I build. Not even remotely close to how I build. All right, well, we're going to buy all these barrels from them. Buy that iron short sword. And, the empty bags. Could also buy the sand bag, but that's just kind of a waste of money. Buy a few pieces of silk. Buy a few pieces of llama wool. Buy a few pieces of alpaca wool. Buy all the meat. Buy all the fish. Buy all the leaves and fruit. Buy all the plants. You only do it on a butcher's table to block miasma? Yeah, sure. Or you could build vents in the ceiling. We'll just do that. There we go. I wouldn't say it's complete I wouldn't say it's bad. It's not a bad strategy. It's just a strategy I don't do because I don't think it's necessary because it's very rare that I will actually fail strange moods. But that's where the strat came from. And so then you just end up with a lot of screenshots and images of people building that way and everybody else mimics it. That's how a meta is born, is when a group of people start doing a thing and eventually everybody just kind of decides that's how you build. That's how a meta is born. It's not a wrong way to play. If anything, I would say it's perfectly fine. Make an inn/tavern. This one won't be public. This is just for my dwarves. You don't like it? I also don't like it visually. I get really bored of like and it's one of the reasons I'm kind of against like the automatic fort builder and stuff that's included in DF hack is because I think it's ugly. And often ends with everybody just using the same exact build designs, and I think that's creatively bankrupt and not fun to look at. So it's not something I'm a fan of. But it's not a wrong way to play. It's just a popular strategy because it's what a lot of people do. What's the process plants? That's what I'm looking for. You only really have to worry about the berserk ones, and that can be solved by stationing guards in the workshop. Oh yeah, no, I mean it's, I don't think it's a necessary strat, but there are many people who will tell you that it is because people are set in their own ways and all build their own ways, which is also part of the reason why I try to not look at the way too many people play the game. Or actually, I didn't until this version came out. I feel like creativity has kind of blossomed with this version. I think it's also partially just due to the fact that there's a lot more people playing the game now. But I do think that there was a lot of eras of Dwarf Fortress that were pretty creatively uninteresting for a while there. Oh, we just got another set of migrants, right? We got a bone carver, a hunter, and a clother. Pretty skilled bone carver. Also got a child and a peasant. Okay, so I need to find somebody to actually run the military because this is not a good squad. This is just everybody. So I'm just going to delete this squad, and we are going to create a new squad. If you jump over to my YouTube channel, I have a series called DF News. Someone could just link the most recent one. But most recently, the game got multi-threading, so... But I would recommend just watching my most recent video on the subject. Lots of new people who never learned the forum meadows. Yeah, absolutely. Which I would say has been a very positive thing, honestly. Thank you, Gunna Tank. As I sip on my coffee. If I keep going silent, I swear I'm not just being a bad streamer. It's because there's construction going on in the basement and it's really loud. I swear I'm a good streamer. Def not a bad streamer. More and more blocks coming into place. All right, so next thing I need is I'm going to need us a wood furnace. Which apparently I have a single gabbro block, which I'm going to make that out of. And a smelter. Which I'm going to make out of conglomerate. And we're going to start making coke. So I'm going to make one piece of charcoal, and then I'm just going to get coke going on repeat. And we're going to use that to make glass. I'm looking forward to having like a functional glass industry in this fort. It's been a while since I prioritized glass, but here we are. Perhaps glass cutty traps will be a form of defense for this fortress. Clothing. Let's make us a loom as well. The loom can go up here. I much prefer just having like a mess of scattered workshops everywhere than like specific rooms for each one. I'm going to jump up here. Make a single charcoal. You're just going to start weaving everything. Which means our legendary weaver is probably going to get some jobs. Or was it a legendary weaver? I know we had a weaver. Oh man, why is my manager so pissed? Dude. Come on, I know that you're horrified and uneasy, like you saw Sim Texagon's dead body. Quit dwelling. Keep dwelling, you'll cease being welling. Life will become mighty negative, dude. We can't have that happen. Making cloth, finally. So you're just making a single piece of charcoal. Now that we've done that, we can now make coke. So we can just queue that up and just start making coke. Which is going to make us quite a bit of fuel. And then we can make glass based on however much coke we have. Next thing I need is I also need a bookkeeper. Do not have anybody who's got any skill in that. So I think we're just going to give it to Safe Keeps the manager. Also going to jump over to Safe Keeps, and I'm going to remove Safe Keeps' other jobs. So they're just going to harvest stuff and manage stuff. I'm also going to put a few more planters in so that we can get those jobs done a little quicker. Not to be weird, but I'm pretty sure it's not a small place, Ranger. But Celastaris, what kind of dwarf would you like? There isn't a lot, so pick one. Very easy right now. Simply pick one. You saw a hunter, beard or no beard? Lady Hunter has no beard. She's perfect? Okay. She's also currently making cloak. Well, Astaris, you have a spouse who's Melbill the Hunter. You are a dabbling furnace operator and satisfied at work. And why is there a cow in my living room? She is very trusting and... Money. Thanks for the money, Pink Fluffy Llama. It's good to see you, Pink. Hope you've been all right. And thanks for keeping that sub alive, because if we can hold the current number of paying subscribers between now until October, I can get 70-30 instead of 50-50 on tier 1s, which I hopefully will get one day. She is very trusting and strongly prefers discussions of ideas and abstract concept over handling specific practical issues. She accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. And when she is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and she is nervous and does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings, and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord of day-to-day living. Thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and only occasionally overindulges. And she has an active imagination and is pleased by her own appearance and talents. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic and conflicted by this, as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally finds freedom and independence completely worthless, and values honesty and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. She likes native copper and steel and pineapple opal and giant armadillo leather and reindeer hoof and rope reed fabric and the color Carillion and crossbows and high boots and millstones and mules for their stubbornness. In the word of the russet luxury and the sound of the poetry of adoration, and when possible, she prefers to consume rhubarbs and whip wine, and single grain wheat flour, and it's way too hot in here, and hates bark scorpions. And she is thin and scrawny, and her teeth are widely spaced. Her ears are very short, and her somewhat narrow head is tall. Her eyebrows are slightly low. Her hair is gray. And, Where is this? And her hair is gray with flecks of black, and her skin is pale brown, and her eyes are copper. Hell yeah. All right, let's get us a sand gathering spot, so we can get gather sand jobs going. Make a glass furnace right next to the thing. Hello, Bobble. How's things? And off to Norway. Damn, dude. Work stuff in Norway? Or vacation in Norway? What you doing in Norway? I feel like that's probably quite the flight. Also, chat, I would like to say thank you for all the follows, by the way. And a few new followers today. Norway, it's close to you. Celestars. Sorry, I just... Too easy. It was right there. I had to. Okay, so we're going to collect sand. Vacation in Norway? That's not as far as you're in the UK, vaguely in the middle of Norway. Right, okay. Well, you have fun. Shush Meanie? I mean, it's no, there's no way that it's a short trip from anywhere to there. I'm not being a meanie. I just like bad jokes, okay? And if those two things mean I'm a meanie, then I guess yes, I am a horrible meanie. A lot of leaves falling. Look at that. I'm wondering if we're gonna get snow. I'm guessing not. There's no way this joke is a stretch. The problem is that there's only one way that you can really go with that joke. And so it's just gonna get repetitive really quickly. Winter is hit. And generally, like, the idea of a pun is it needs to be infinitely reusable, right? If it's not infinitely reusable, then, like, I mean, what are you even doing at that point? It kind of has to be infinitely reusable to be consistently funny. As long you don't go outside the box, there isn't. Oh boy, I don't like to think outside the box. Got to try a £90 bottle of whiskey on your weekend holiday. What bottle was it? Because I have one worth about that much in my cupboard right now, which I've been savoring. I'm so confused by that whole sentence, says Zol. It's like every now and again, somebody will say something in my chat, and I'll just be like, I don't know what you're talking about. But got sand being collected. Looks like we've got dwarves meditating, which is good. Curious as to where they're putting the sand. Ah. Okay, well, we got a dozen blocks or so, so let's just make a glass block. Let's do 15 glass blocks. Hence why I'm confused, but yeah, it probably is just a reference to somebody. Nipple, what up? Oh, it's a Hitchhiker's Guide reference. Ah, right. It was after a few drinks and you don't quite remember. That's usually how that goes, yeah. But I like me whiskey. Most expensive whiskey you ever bought was a $300 bottle of single malt scotch. The most I've ever spent on a bottle of whiskey by myself was about 70 Canadian dollars. But the one that I have that's more expensive was a birthday gift, so. Which is Ardbeg 10 year. Which I got for my birthday this year. I was going to say, that seems like an upset dwarf, but no, he's just wants to be near family, but you have no family, so that's going to be tough. Let's go cloth, bag. Just make bags on repeat for a little bit. Okay, so let's check some of our peasants here, like Loller. Dream of mastering a skill. Closed-minded, never changes their mind after initial idea, is deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to her sadism. Brave in the face of imminent danger. We just found our captain. Oh, right. Duh. So, the Bronze Ivy, we're going to call this the Red Road Guard. Oh. Reed Road? I can write. They walk the red road. Also, where did you go now, Dwarf? There you are. So you are going to begin training. Kind of right up here. Why did I do that? It's supposed to be a barracks. Do you ever nickname your dwarves, and how do you do it? I nickname them all the time. Every single time you see me reading a description, and you click on this little quill up here, and then you just rename them. But if they're in the military, you might want to give them a custom job, which is the second text field, as well as a nickname, because sometimes they lose their nicknames during combat, unless that's been fixed in this patch. But I haven't seen anything stating that it has been, so I'm assuming it hasn't been. And also, Streamer is going to take a moment to sell out and just remind everybody that, we do have a bit of a larger crowd than normal here today. So it's worth noting that currently this channel qualifies for the 70-30 split with Twitch. But in order to make sure that we get that, we have to keep the sub count up for the next 3 months. Because starting on the July 1st, the window to get the better sub split starts now. So that goes from the 1st of July until the 1st of October, and if we can maintain 350 paying subscribers in that window, this doesn't include gifts or primes, we can get a 70-30 split with Twitch, and currently that's the number, so we're within that window. So if you want to help this channel out, the best way to do that is grab a subscription for 3 months, because after that period of time, I get a big raise if the numbers stay the same. October is metal month. That's when all the concerts happen. That being said, if you want to help this channel out in general, it only costs $1.01 in bits to, get your name on the leaderboard. Trying to decide if you should buy this game or not. Steam metrics stuff is crazy. Stream metrics stuff is crazy. You mean like my channel, or just in general? Were those two sentences related? Where the heck did I get a bookshelf from? A rock salt bookcase? Excuse me? Huh. What do you mean by, like, if you should, what's stopping you from buying it, shall I ask? I'm somebody with like 10,000 hours on this game, so we're just thinking while listening. Gotcha. I mean, it can't have come from the wagon, because, like, I didn't bring it on either of my trips, and I didn't trade for it. I have no idea. It just appeared here. Non-major nerd, thanks for the raid, dude. Clenodev, thank you very much for continuing that gift sub. That's exactly what I was referring to. But, I don't know. What's stopping you from buying it? I mean, it is on sale right now. Dwarves are singing. What are they singing? Oh, they're reciting poetry. A poem. Keep hitting the wrong magnifying glass. The Confidence and Post is an example of the silkiness of tomes. The work has no particular subject, and the composition is atrocious. The silkiness of tones is a form of music used for entertainment originating in the tempted vice. The rules of the form are applied by composers to produce individual pieces of music which can be performed. And the speaker recites nonsensical words and sounds while the music is played on a zumzust. Thanks, Clino. You the best. But welcome, non-major nerd and raiders. Here, let me give you a shout out. What were you up to today, dude? And chat room, go click on that heart at the top of the screen and give pros none. Yeah, pretty much. And give non-major nerd a follow. Thank you very much for the raid, dude. Working on your Twitch bot? Cool. And Nordstrom as well, thank you very much for the 2nd month. Welcome back. Appreciate you. You have a large library of Steam games that you never play, so you're just slow to buy games now. It's hard to gauge this game. You don't think I've played anything similar before. You played any colony builders? By that I mean like RimWorld, No Moria, Oxygen Not Included, that sort of thing. It's music and poetry. Let's see, what else do we have going on? Now they're listening to a story, which is... In the year 386, the dwarf Sodal became the holy quake of the cult of throwers. It seems like Adil right here is telling the story. Parkside, thanks for the prime. Welcome back for a 4th month. Cheers, mate. And we need to get these dwarves over being haunted by the dead. Okay, well, Civ is like not... Civ is a 4X. That's a completely different thing. I'm talking about like colony builders. Well, Dwarf Fortress is a very obtuse game, right? It's a game that's not for everybody. You're talking to somebody who has, I think, 50 tutorials on his YouTube channel of how to play this game. I recommend this game to everybody because I think there's nothing else like it, and it's kind of a work of art, and that drill is going to be the death of me. But at the same time, it's also kind of a hard game to recommend to some people because some people just are incapable of actually enjoying playing this game. So it's a tricky one to recommend, but my recommendation is if you can't quite gauge, watch some gameplay of it for a little bit. And see if it starts to catch your fancy after a bit. That's my advice. There we go. And Creed, thank you very much for re-upping that sub for a 2nd month in chat room. Thanks for the little hype train. That's the first hype train of the day, by the way. So appreciate you guys. It's been kind of a slow day. I mean, it's been a busy day, but it's been a slow day. All right, so... But I don't know. This game, it's a passion project. It's a... Both, there's nothing else quite like it, but also at the same time... There are some games that try to be like it, but kind of horribly fail at that. Mustard Cookie, thanks for the 3rd month. And Darius, thanks for the first bits of the day. Appreciate you, mate. But it's a very detailed world simulation, which is, I think, why this game is a little bit difficult to recommend to some people, where it's a very, very, very active, living, breathing world that you can interact with as much as you want or as little as you want. It's like... It does, like, this is the world map, right? And this is the world map for this fort. We are this, where is it? Centron Fort. Tiny little yellow square in the middle here, right? We are the Inn of Winter of the Free Theater of the Fortress of Rosepass. And this little tiny fortress is just one cog in this giant world simulation that's going on. So if I click on news and rumors, you can see different places that are attacking different things. You can see refugees that are getting stuck. You can see essentially locations that people are going from place to place, fortresses that are being reclaimed and captured. And you can influence that simulation by playing Fortress mode. Then there's the other mode, which is Adventure mode, which is a giant open world RPG, which is a top-down game that looks, just like this. Except you play as one character instead of a fortress of characters. However, that mode isn't in the game yet because they're still rebuilding the UI for it. This is the small world side swallowed, yeah. Once again, that drill is going to be the death of me. So, really, I mean, it's a very weird game to recommend, but I don't know. If it seems interesting to you, I would recommend just watching streams and watching some videos, watching a couple tutorials, and if that seems interesting to you after that process, then pick the game up. That's my advice. And I have plenty of tutorials if you're looking for some. But just keep in mind that the game is obtuse and tricky to learn if you've never played a game like this before, or a game that's trying to be like Dwarf Fortress. Because there's lots of games out there that attempt to be like Dwarf Fortress and, for lack of a better term, kind of fail miserably at actually mimicking the gameplay experience of Dwarf Fortress, but end up being pretty good games in their own right. A good example of this is RimWorld. I don't think it's a very good representation of what Dwarf Fortress is capable of, but I think it's a very good game in its own right. Hold 'em high. Holy Kai. It's purely just the size of the world. Sleepy Moon Moth, thanks for the $1. Appreciate you. And also, this is a game where you'll have a lot of people talking about numerous bugs. I will say, there are bugs in this game. It's certainly not bug-free. That being said, I think that the general kind of consensus that this game is like buggy beyond all reason is kind of wrong in a lot of situations. There are a lot of people that will blame misunderstood mechanics on bugs when you actually ask them what's wrong, it's very clear that they just don't understand how a mechanic works. So as somebody who's played this game for a very long time, it's kind of frustrating to read other people talking about this game sometimes, because it's like, that's not how it works. It's not a bug. But then like saying you just don't get it just makes you into a gatekeepy elitist. So it's tricky sometimes. Yeah, this is version 0.5, so it is also technically an alpha, which is funny because I was seeing somebody on my YouTube channel this morning complaining that Space Haven is only an alpha after 17 versions. And it's like, you realize this is a Dwarf Fortress channel primarily, right? Competitive games with complex interactions? Sure. I mean, I would say learning something like Dota is harder than learning Dwarf Fort, but... Chat room, thank you very much for the halfway through level 1 hype train. Appreciate you guys. The first hype train of the day. Also the first $2 in bits of the day, so cheers. The $2 and the 5 subs. You have a ton of smoke coming from your cotton candy mine now and you have 6 FPS. Dump water in it. Sounds like a dwarf is stuck in it. They can't path through smoke. So you get repeated path rechecks when they're trying to path through the smoke. And that smoke will burn for hundreds of years if it's diamonds burning. Well, not hundreds of years. Literally years, though. No, I would say if it was a AAA game, it would have twice the bugs. What are you talking about? You know? Yeah, diamond, like, we were talking about this the other day, like how hot diamonds have to be before they catch fire. And it's... just go look at it on Wikipedia. It's something. And they do burn for multiple years in real life, so... But I would just dump water down there, if you can. Or seal it off until they cease burning. Because if dwarves get stuck behind that fire, yeah, they'll have trouble pathing out. I had somebody on the subreddit the other day comment that, because someone was asking if, like, how common, like, FPS death is, and my response was, I haven't had legitimate FPS death in years. And then someone's just like, how do you... And someone commented basically stating, it's like, it happens all the time. The last time it happened to me was in version, like, 4 point something. And I'm like, guys, like, that was, like, multiple years ago. That's the point. So, I don't know. Even people who play this game a lot sometimes irritate the crap out of me. That's insanity. Cooldown. Also, Jack Nurick, I hope you're doing well. Yes, it was abandoned when the Steam version came out. I have no intention of returning. I was unsure as to whether or not I would go back to it when the Steam version came out, but now that it's out, it's like, yeah, I have no interest in returning to it. That fortress was long and boring and nothing happened. Is this my first time existing? What? I'm very confused about this sentence. How's the new world been going? It's been going all right so far. Got invaded by a bunch of zombies, lost the fort, and then had to reclaim it, but it's been all right. Yeah, well, it's not that I can't go. I could go back to the older version. I've loaded up Long Death a few times. It's less about the Steam version being great, because like the Steam version has problems, but it's more about the actual content of Long Death was boring beyond all reason, to put it politely. And I knew that back then, and I know some people liked it, but it was a minority of even my audience at the time. And so I have no interest in bringing it back because I think it was just, it got monotonous and dull and nothing happened. Like legit, it was like Long Death streams where I'm going to stare at my tavern like this and talk for 5 hours. That was it. Because like there was nothing to do in that fort. There was legit nothing to do. Occasionally I would queue up some clothing and trade. Before you got a chance to ask the previous stream about Godot? What, non-major nerd? I mean, non-major nerd rated me 15 minutes ago, so you must have been taking your time with asking that question. Nerd, you still here? There you are. I'm thinking once we hit the... Okay, so Clino, once we hit the long wait, maybe. We'll see how stable the game is. But I have no interest in doing that until adventure mode is up and running again. I would prefer to enjoy playing the game. And Long Death was intended as a stopgap in between the last version and this version coming out. And I was uncertain as to whether or not I wanted to continue it initially, but now that it's out, it's like, yeah, there's literally no reason to. There's literally no reason to continue a fort like that. But I could see myself attempting another half millennia fort. As background for interviews? Or I could not. I don't know. I would rather just generate worlds for that. Because even with Long Death, there was times when I had to interact with it, and I would and that fort was pretty unstable at points, even though it was really dull unstableness. And I would rather not have to suddenly like deal with keeping a fort alive during an interview. Like the reason I do the world gen stuff is so that there's nothing I need to pay attention to and I can just focus on the interview. TLDR, I am not bringing back Long Death. That's it. I mean, I have a couple of VODs, but I wouldn't say I have playthroughs. Nobody really liked watching me play adventure mode on the older versions. My views would always tank, so I never streamed a ton of it. Let's go glass cabinet. Glass. Is it? Oh, it's boxes is what I want, right? Yeah. Glass box and glass window. And we're going to fly up here. We're going to start building. Gonna have a lot of trees to take out. Let's do all this before the elves start showing up and asking us to not, because they will soon. What actually is adventure mode? Adventure mode is it looks okay. So there are no like images of what it's going to look like in this version of the game, but adventure mode is like it's Dwarf Fortress, but instead of controlling an entire fortress in this camera view, you control one character or a party of characters, and then you go play Kenshi instead of like a colony builder. That's what adventure mode is. You walk around in the open world freely. You can explore all of these sites. You can travel across the mountains. You can tame animals. You can walk from one end of the world to the other. You can set up camps. You can... See, here's the thing. It's not all ASCII. You can just play the old version with a tile set for the 1000th time. But it's fine. Nobody will ever listen to me. You want Kenshi 2 so bad? I have conspiracy theories in my head about Kenshi 2, which I'm not going to elaborate on here, but I have conspiracy theories about Kenshi 2. But it's fine. I've heard rumors from behind the scenes that make me go, huh? About Kenshi 2. But I will maybe record myself in a time capsule at some point and then release it if my prediction is correct. But if my prediction actually is correct, I don't want to say it. You can't play a dwarf from that fort, but you could retire a fortress and then start as a new dwarf in that fortress, and then recruit a bunch of dwarves from that fortress, and then go off on an adventure. But the adventurer is a new dwarf that's warped into existence by adventure mode. I beg you, Kenshi 2 is doing one of your most expected games. I ain't elaborating. Because if my conspiracy theory is correct, it would out who let it on. And if I do that, that would get them in trouble. So I'm not going to do that. I will just simply state that I have personal conspiracy theories about Kenshi 2. But yeah, generally when it comes to adventure mode, I didn't stream a lot of it in the older versions because when the older versions of Dwarf Fortress were the primary versions that everybody played because that's what existed, nobody really watched me play adventure mode. I tried on many an occasion and people would request it constantly. And then I would stream adventure mode and my view count would go from like the 60 to 80 that I would have back in those days down to like 20 in a couple of hours. So I just kind of didn't do it very often because it was really bad for not only my average view count, but also like my ability to survive as a content creator. So the result was I never played a lot or streamed a lot of adventure mode. I have played enough of it off stream to know how to play it, but I never streamed a ton of it for that reason. So I don't have much footage at all. If you go to the YouTube channel and you look up adventure mode, there's a few VODs, but I'm using my old tile set, which some people seem to see. For some reason, people don't have like the brain capacity to understand what letters mean, even though they can read and type just fine. So thus they immediately default to stating that it looks like the Matrix and then want to run away screaming while peeing themselves. So generally I don't even bother recommending my own footage because it's like, well, it's in ASCII, so good luck. I don't know. Do you think Twitch will do a promotion of their, the Partner Plus people? I have no idea. Maybe, maybe not. I kind of don't expect Twitch to promote me in any way. So, I have no idea, to be honest with you. A YouTube series. No thank you. Go watch Krug Smash if you want to watch series. It's not worth the time. Not everybody can see a blondie in a red dress. Unless you... I made her. Guess. Slice NYC. You know what's funny, Prismatic, is the answer isn't what you think. Now you want to see blind in a red dress? Get the fuck out. Christ almighty. If I could only play one game for the rest of my life and money was no option, so if I didn't need to play games to make a living, I would only play Tetris. Probably just Tetris Effect, actually. And then I would spend the rest of my time gardening. Like, if I was retired and I could only play one game for the rest of my life, it would be Tetris. Tetris is the only perfect game ever made. And it's my favorite game ever made. Oh yeah, no, Amphibian raids me sometimes. At least when he streams on Twitch, because he's been streaming on YouTube a bit recently. Is there a plan here? I'm going to make a surface fort. What are you wielding? If you're wielding it in your hand, why is there no sprite? Ah, the dead walk. Hide while you still can. What are we up against? Ah, Dwarf Planter Necromancer. Well. Who's actually above ground right now? Yeah, I think I saw your post, Caffeine. Okay, you need to be underground. This is going to take a billion clicks, but let's go carpal tunnel. It's early spring that we get this. I can tell you right now, we're not going to win the fight. Because I've got one undertrained dwarf, and that's it. I think that if I hear one more person say that they need to improve the UI in my chat, I'm just going to cry. Because yes, they are. And stating it over and 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 over mildly irritates me and doesn't actually make it improve faster. I also never got into Kenshi. The one thing I will say about Amphibian is some people tell me that I need to go make content the way he does. You need to remember that he got extremely lucky with a couple of viral videos, and I stream like 40 hours a week and then also work an additional like 15 to 20 hours a week on YouTube content. And frankly, I can't afford even more time than that to go make videos of the quality level that he does in order to get that level of views for that type of content to be even remotely worth it, or doable for that matter. Okay. Going to assume that that's everybody inside. Let's lock the doors. I remember trying that game when it first came out, Prismatic, and thinking that it was borderline unplayable because it shipped with like a 230-page PDF file, and I'm like, I'm too lazy for this shit. Regularly crashes. Reach out to Putnam on the Kid Fox Discord, because she's the person who actually has the ability to fix that. I haven't had a single crash, so I'm sure she would want to know what's going on your PC setup that's different from somebody else's like mine. Because that's not the experience I've had, but you know, everybody's experience is different, right? So I have no idea. What'd you miss? We are under siege again by a necromancer and some undead. I was kind of and also apparently, oh. So this is interesting. We're getting ambush, curse all friends of nature, but they're dwarven zombies. So it's like an elvish cultured group of zombie dwarves? That is bizarre. And also a human. Hold on. I need to check these dwarven stalkers. Curious if one of them is the one that, like, obliterated my initial thing, because it wasn't you. Guess it wouldn't be you either. Every kind of wrong altogether, yep. Well, they can't get down to us, so we will just keep doing our thing. Bastet, what kind of dwarf would you like? Actually, I think it's a dwarvish necromancer tower. Because the nearest one is this one? Yeah, it's, or rather human, and... Oh, there's the elven one. Yeah, I didn't notice the elven one. Yeah, I thought they were all I thought it was a dwarfy one and a human one. But yeah, it seems like we have an elvish necromancer tower close by. Factual Dark Fortress. Doesn't matter. Yes, it does. You want a lady. Okay, never mind. I missed that bit. There you go. Stoneworker. Step. She isn't particularly ambitious, and she enjoys the company of others. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and is quite polite, though she is troubled by this natural tendency in herself since she finds dignified society to be stifling and silly when properly considered. She is often grateful when others help her out, and she tends to return favors. She is curious and eager to learn and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this, and she for more than one reason. And she points her finger and shakes her finger when she's angry, just like I do at the sun when it's too hot outside, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day like any good dwarf should. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally feels that those who attempt to conceal their emotions are vain and foolish. Considers craft dwarfship to be relatively worthless and values nature. Finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. Hey Morbits, what's up? What do I think of the SDL2 update? Well, I've been playing on it for multiple months because I've been playing on the unstable branch. I think it's great. Game runs a lot better. Likes porcelain, electrum, and precious fire opal, goat tooth and gems and amulets and ballista arrows and mules for their stubbornness, and giant sperm whales for their vengeful nature, in the words of the merchant of Wheeling, and the sight of the serenity of butterflies, and when possible prefers to consume steelhead trout and date wine, and absolutely hates cave spiders. She is short, and her emerald eyes are incredibly close set, and her nose is extremely long, and her hair is clean shaven, and her somewhat narrow ears are slightly flattened. Her hair is gold, mixed with gray, and her skin is cinnamon. Bellinair, thank you very much for the raid. How are you? It's good to see you, lad. Hope things are well in your neck of the Finland. Chat room, can I get a big round of beers for the raiders? And please click on that heart at the top of the screen and give Bellinair a follow. Be greatly appreciated if you could do that. Rolf, it's good to see you. What were you up to today, Bell? I didn't actually get to tune over at all, but how's things, man? Let's do rock mechanisms. We started a new fort today, and it's been a lot of turtling so far. I know that he was playing us like Dinkum yesterday, but I think he was doing something else today. All right. Oh, you were diving, Dave the Diver. I have a question. What is the appeal of that game? I've seen half a dozen streams of it, and I've watched some people play it, and I've seen that it has, like, it's sold extraordinarily well and is overwhelmingly positive. What is it? Like, genuine question. What is that game and why do people like it? I mean, it's been featured on Steam because it's sold very well. But what is it? This is like a genuine question that I have because I can't figure it out. Okay, we are building a quern. So we can mill plants. Curious as to what they're going to mill, actually. What do I have that you're going to mill? Dimple cups? That's what I want. I don't know. It's one of the more, I guess, random games that's taken off in my experience. True, I like sushi. Any advice on attacking this 2,000 population elven village? Make sure whoever is leading the squad has good ambush skill and good tactics skill. Or you are working at a sushi restaurant, supplying it with fish with diving, and the writing is really good. Okay, fair enough. I was just I just from like basic surface level amount of knowledge of that game, it just seemed like a very odd thing that just kind of took off for no apparent reason, and I was very confused by this. Oh, should probably smooth the floor first. Let's get these all smoothed. I mean, it's out now. It's no longer early access, but like it did ludicrously well in early access as well. There we go. Getting our windows installed. Good evening, Mind. How are you? Getting our glass furniture installed. You think I bought it in early access like 3 days ago and it was still in early access? I mean, I'm pretty sure it's been pushed recently because it's just released. Having some you time now that everybody's asleep? Fair enough. As you should. It was on the 28th. Well, there you go. So it's been out for a little bit now. All right. So as far as siege goes, the necromancer has left. There is a goose skeleton on the map now. We're all doomed, chat. They killed my pet goose and resurrected it. We're all doomed. It's here to honk us to death. Let's unpause brewing drinks. Remove that. As long as it's not carrying a dagger yet. All right, let's see. Who else can join the military? Let's do that. Boyer, could you join the military potentially? Dreams of mastering a skill. Doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She doesn't seek out excitement and she tends to be swayed by emotional appeal. She's quick to anger and quite ambitious. Has little interest in joking around. Is uncomfortable around those that appear unusual, live differently from herself. And she has a greedy streak and needs alcohol to get through the working day. I'm going to queue up rock armor stands and rock weapon racks. The undead goose is loose. It's time for us all to panic, I suppose. The other thing I'm going to slowly start working on is glass discs. I'm gonna need a lot of them. Let's go grab us another glass furnace. The goose is loose. It's time to vamoose. Damn right. Yep, we are making dimple dye. So we'll be able to dye thread. Which means we'll have fancy colored clothing. I want to say isn't glass like better than metal discs, or they're like as good as steel discs. I don't actually know the math on them. I just know that glass is infinite. So it's easier to just make a billion glass discs. Just trying to decide where I want the fort's entrance to be. Or the combat entrance to be. This is an aquifer up here, so I could go this way. Sounds OP? Everything in Dwarf Fortress is OP if used correctly. Dwarf Fortress is a game that's like, balance? And that's basically about it.
This is madness!
Madness?
This
Is about as balanced as real life? Yeet. Yeah, it's about as balanced as my depressive episodes.
Over here, he has a sword!
Or just glass discs. It's not always a sword. Give a few other dwarves mining. How's Safekeep's doing? Wow, he's so pissed. And it's literally just... He's mad about being haunted by the dead. Makes you want to start your fort over again with new ideas. That's part of the beauty of it. Because it's not infinitely replayable, but it's pretty damn close. How many glass windows do I currently have? Two? Could do two more? But much more fragile? Yeah. I mean, that seems about right. But they tend to make stuff just like fly to pieces. Also, chat, it's not adventure mode related, but I might have a surprise for tomorrow, which will be kind of cool if things line up, which they look like they might be. I think 90-degree angles are the ugliest thing you could possibly do in this game, and I like to look at my forts. So I'm not going to make a fort I don't like to look at. So, no. No, I don't. I refuse to make forts I don't like to look at. And exclusively right angles are... I would rather go look at shock videos from the mid-2000s and just casually browse 4chan every day than look at that. But it's the queen. Sometimes the queen do be mad. You like your squares? That's fine. It's hip to be square. More like wrong angles. Heh! Is Acid grabbed a sword. What sword do you have? Bronze short sword. Yeah. What's the problem that you have when it comes to gemstone? I've got too many jobs going on right now. Everybody's doing a job. You're a gemstone. Ah, well. Why did I read that as gymnastic? It's like gymnastic? It's like I like to practice my gymnastics, where I sit here and contemplate gems by staring at the gems. It's a full-time job, even. No, that's contemplate orb. That's totally different than contemplate gem. But, I mean, if you also want to contemplate gem, I'm sure that's fine. Come to Gemini? Oh, the huge Gemini! Wait, what? God, it's so hot in here, I can barely think straight. On the bright side, though, the drilling sound seems to have stopped. You're loving that green? That's the glass. The huge anemone. The huge anemone. Well, it's an enemy. That's a new one. Santiago Buddha. It's like maybe 30 degrees Celsius in here right now, and the air is stagnant. So I don't really want to open up the hallway door, because then I would be just like sitting here and babbling at my computer, and I'm right next to the hallway door, and it's like I live in a studio apartment, so I'd just be distracting people. You and your wife reflected over how strange Swedish really is. I mean, there is fish named after you that you guys seemingly have never heard of, so, you know, it's quite a popular candy over here, in fact. So yes, it truly is strange that Swedish has, like, fish that, you know, they refuse to acknowledge, yet, like, the rest of the world acknowledges it. Ball sash. You know, I told Unemployed this the exact same thing recently, and I was like, yeah, about that. Because of the holiday, you work 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. Oh, God, that sucks. It's a shitty shift, though. The Swedish fish, naturally. Every now and again I bring up the topic. Chat, press 1 in chat if you know what Swedish fish is. Every now and again, I bring up this topic of discussion with somebody from Sweden, and they never have any idea what I'm talking about. Also, this proves that I don't know how to spell.
Everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
So there's Swedish fish and Swedish berries. One thing you've seen in the Swedish schmoo besides tube cheese is literal cheese that you put on toast but in a tube like toothpaste. That sounds like something America would come up with. It's not what you were thinking? Like I'm saying, Swedish fish, they're like, it's impossible to miss them here. I grew up eating these things for like 2 cents per candy. Yeah, they come in many colors, but generally they're red. Yeah, no, they like literally I grew up eating those. It's like one of my favorite candies as a little kid. And then everybody's like, "Oh, you're talking. Oh, wait, no, okay, that's not what you're talking about then." Suddenly, you want some Cheese Whiz crackers? I mean, I haven't had Cheese Whiz since I was a small child, and you know what? I think I'm better off for it. Never actually tried one. They just taste like strawberry, like fake strawberry. So if you like the flavor of fake strawberry, you would like Swedish fish.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it.
You had some blue raspberry Swedish fish. Yep. Yeah, the red ones are strawberry, I think.
Shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
Canadians don't call Canadian bacon Canadian bacon. We call it back bacon. I didn't know it was called Canadian bacon until Americans informed me of this. I think it's kind of a French fries situation where like they're just chips for the rest of the planet. Yeah, they're just vaguely fish-shaped gummies. That's all they are, Voodoo. One time your friend ate the second half of the brownie after being told not to until she actually needed it, and then she threw up and thinking it was just a whole bag. After she ate a whole bag of Swedish fish without us knowing, and she broke out because she thought she was puking blood. Oh, she freaked out because she thought she was puking blood. That's not even blood colored. I mean, maybe if you ate like an entire pot of beet soup, I could see that. But like, ugh. Just to let them melt in your mouth rather than chewing them. Another thing that I've seen people do with Swedish fish is you put them in vodka and then they melt. And then you drink this weird syrup-like slime because apparently it tastes good, says the girl I was hanging out with at the time. It's kind of gross. There's also middle bacon, which is back and streaky all at once. Huh. Never heard of middle bacon. It's like that and Skittles are the two popular ones, I think, Voodoo. Oh yeah, just like, or Jolly Ranchers or whatever. Personally, I just like to drink vodka. So it's like, why would you ruin some perfectly good vodka with that? But I'm the weird one in that instance. Okay, so the siege has ended again. Did they actually leave, though? So there's an undead goose on the map still. The zombies are leaving. So we have to kill this goose before I can actually, like, finish up the rest of the map. So I think we actually have 2 towers that's within range. There's one that is elven, and they ambush, and then there's one that's dwarves, and they siege. So I'm gonna open this up, and we are going to go kill this goose. Zombie. This zombie goose. So this perfectly normal goose, we're gonna go stab it to death. So hopefully they're able to kill this goose partial skeleton, because frankly this thing is horrifying. This is the Destroyer of Worlds Goosinator 9000 that is now walking slowly towards my fortress. Lolar and Zassit appear, and it flies to pieces. It seems like the militia commander hacked the goose in the head with her bismuth bronze battle axe, and the severed part sails off in an arc, and he screams, "I was attacked by the dead. This is truly horrifying." And probably fine, aside from that. It's time to unforbid a billion jobs. Putnam, unpause all button, please. Shouldn't it be waddling? I mean, it's walking. It's undead. It's skulking, slouching, sliding, slithering. It wouldn't be the normal term. Of the mass unsuspend, yep. The old shift-enter command. You know, it's to the point where I almost could have just, like, mass deleted all the jobs and then just reset them all afterwards. It might have been quicker. We'll just let them do half of these. Could it have been friendly? That's not how undead works. If it's undead, it's not friendly. Philistars is going out to hunt. I've played Batmud on and off for a couple of years now. Do I stream them? No. Batmud is available on Steam if you want to go look at it. Beep, 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 beep. I like the UX for it. And the fact that it has its own client. I don't like playing them through Mudlet. Depends on the mud, Frog. I don't know. I have a hard enough time convincing people to watch Dwarf Fortress and other roguelikes that look like modern video games, so I'm not even going to try and make people watch MUDs. It's like, as much as I enjoy that type of game, I really have no interest in trying to sell people on another inscrutable style of game that if you're not already immensely into, you're not going to get into them. All right, let's do... Oh, that's sweet. Although I'm actually going to jump back up to the tasks. We're going to scroll down to the bottom here. I'll pause a lot of these jobs. Cancel that one. Pause all of these so that they stop doing what they're doing and go construct. But kind of as an extent on MUDs, I also don't particularly like streaming MMOs, just at all, period. So doesn't really matter the content or style of the MMO, I just don't like streaming MMOs. And I've tried streaming various MMOs over the years, and it's always like, nah. Your back hurts looking at that dwarf work? That dwarf has pretty good posture, so I'm sure that they're fine. Sure they're lifting with their knees. Besides, they're hauling bricks, not full boulders of granite. It's just a dead bull's body, so that's good. Under remembering communing with Bim Gripped Zeals. Any special goals with the fort? That question can always be answered by typing !goal into the chat. I mean, considering we're being attacked by two separate necromancer towers, yeah, I'm not too worried about completing that goal. I'm not particularly worried at all. I have a feeling that that'll be hard to avoid, in fact. I know nothing about Japanese, so that statement is going over my head. The thing is, Machine Waters isn't retired, so technically Heatstone is still the last fort. Machine Waters is just going to be alternating with this fort, so I will be doing Machine Waters probably on Thursday. It's just that fort's become a bit of a mega project, and mega projects take a while to finish, and so I need to keep, people's interest up. So the best way to do that is have new forts every so often, because people prefer to watch new forts than me plugging away at the same mega project for days on end. It's kind of like a lesser version of the long death problem. What's your opinion on Dwarven science? That's way too broad of a question for me to give you an answer. But it's okay. People like broad questions. Mm-hmm. Yeah, just generate a second world. Build a second fortress. Of building a surface road stops trees from growing. Don't need to chop them down again. So if you're in a thicker forested area, chop the trees down once, build a road, keeps the elves happy. We're allied with some elves, so... We also appear to be at war with an elvish necromancer tower, which is kind of terrifying. Yes, but dwarven biology is very different from human biology, so... It makes a lot of sense when you think about it that way. Migrants have arrived. Well, more hands to complete these walls, which is good. A bunch of animal trainers, a couple of farmers, a bunch of new peasants. You dream of mastering a skill, do you? And think before acting, is comfortable around those that are different from herself. She's brave. There you go. You join the military. Also, what are you legendary at? You're a competent swords dwarf. Legendary tracker. Knows one musical form, has no kills. Interesting. Your husband is a farmer who also just showed up. Incredibly calm. Rarely looks on others with lust. Dreams of crafting a masterwork. Well, welcome to the fort, sir. Yeah, well, if we look at the world map here, we have this tower here, which is a human tower. We have this tower here, which is an elven tower, and this tower here, which is a human tower. Relatively recently, I had a fort that had a kobold tower, which I still think is hysterical. Because they can't read, so they can't be, like, necromancers, which means there was just an abandoned necromancer tower with a kobold living in it. Dude fucking was, like, living in a palace. He's like, I'm gonna go steal books or something. Or whatever kobolds say, which is probably more like, or something. A reptile man tower. See, that one checks out, though. Like, they can read. They're intelligent. Kobolds are just like that. That's all kobolds are. Kobolds are all word, no brain. Don't have ability to thunk. Excuse me, mind if I steal this thing? My brain told me to do it. Does it have value? I don't know. Value doesn't matter to me, but does it? I want to steal it. They're like Ferengi, minus the part where, like, they sell things. So I'm not gonna try and like pronounce that out loud, tickers, but I do gotta say, is it the soap in the water that makes the toes gay? Or like how does sometimes I'm funny and sometimes it just misses. I need a place to mash bodies. Yeah, and I made a bad joke out of it. Anyway, moving on. Okay, well, I mean, what's funny is, like, that makes more sense to me than your phonetical pronunciation of it. Like, if you write things phonetically, I don't get it, but, like, I don't know. I've been to enough Japanese restaurants that, like, I can look at some words and be like, ah, yes. Is that a bunny? Who let a bunny into my fort? You must kill it. God damn it. I can't kill it. It's somebody's pet. Who is the asshole who brought the bunny? God damn it. Dwarves, you have one rule, and it's don't bring a bunny to the fort. Bomb wreck? Son of a... Well, it's because the vast majority of people have absolutely no training in Japanese whatsoever, right? And I also have no training in Japanese whatsoever, but I eat Japanese food pretty frequently, so there's certain words in Japanese that I can pronounce not well, but I can pronounce them. Also that. Hobo. What's wrong with bunnies? They produce literally nothing but a skull and are completely useless. I seem to recall you posting some tofu, yes? I seem to recall that was one of the first things I saw you post, actually. Oh, Hobo, I gotta show you something. Unrelated, but there's a wasp in my apartment. Hopefully it leaves. Check these out. These are the first peppers I got to harvest this year. There's a fellow hot pepper enthusiast in my chat right now. Oh yeah, no, I grew these. Yeah. These are Hungarian hot wax, which are either like stupidly spicy or incredibly mild, and it's like a 60-40 chance. They're like banana peppers. Yeah, no, I know. But every now and again, like I've grown them before, and they're either like about the equivalent of a banana pepper or like 50 times hotter than a banana pepper. And there's like no in between. Then I also have these guys. These are left over from last year. These are my fire chilies. These were pretty hot, but like not painfully hot. I literally dried them on my like on my windowsill. I will say that the hot wax peppers are actually planned to be used as part of sauerkraut, which is what this, which I posted on Discord yesterday, I think? Yes, yesterday. Which is what this is going to get turned into. Along with the other, like, 12 of them that I have. I'm just waiting. This is the only one that's ready to be picked, and I've got, like, 4 more that are almost ready, so... soon. Just build a greenhouse. You have property, right, Hobo? Build a greenhouse. Just put down some concrete and build yourself a greenhouse. Lock the door. Your ex-wife's father grew his own murder chilies that you long to suspect that he put into his cooking to try and knock you off so that his daughter would be freed to marry a nice Punjabi boy instead. That sounds both awesome and terrible because, like, if you're a spicy food fan, then that would just be great. But Hiker Jag, what kind of dwarf would you like? There isn't a ton, so we do have a bit of a list growing. But what kind of dwarf would you like? Got some miners. We got some of these dwarves. We got some of these dwarves. We got some of these guys. Just pick a dwarf on the list. For people who homegrow, you don't know if you meant the me as a hot pepper enthusiast. Oh, I was yelling at Stoned Hobo, who I know is a hot pepper enthusiast. That's challenge to the eating. I don't know about that. This stuff was next level hot. Yeah, I know what you mean when you say like murder peppers. Soap maker. Like id Software, this dwarf? This little lady? An adequate soaper? I aspire. Holy fucking rats! What the Christ? Where did they all come from? There was like no rats here before. Why is there rats everywhere? What in the world? You don't think you've ever seen rats before? I mean, I have, but like, they're usually around where cats are. Fortunately, like, they're harmless, but like, why is there so many rats there? I'll give you your soaper in a second. I have no cats. But why is there rats there? There's nothing for them to eat. I mean, there's nowhere for them to come out of the well. They were friends with the goose, I suppose. Yeah, no, also for clarity's sake, I have 2 gardens. I've got one on my patio, which is mostly for greens and like green onions, and I grow radishes. That's the nicest thing I grow on my patio. Everything else is grown in a community garden plot that's like a 20-minute walk from my apartment. Because I don't have a yard. Because my life will keep my dreams from coming true. She dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples and finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. She is confident under pressure and tends to hang on to grievances. She is quite polite and she tends to reveal personal information, not reveal personal information. She is a friendly individual and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she is conflicted by this. She values artwork and its creation and occasionally overindulges and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She personally finds herself to be somewhat disgusted with eloquent speakers, hates those who wield power over others, and dreams of mastering a skill. She likes brimstone and black bronze and pink tourmaline and cotton fabric and cages and bracelets and chipmunk men for their stripes. The words of the fatal dust and the sound of the mirthful silks, and when possible prefers to consume alder and rambutan wine and absolutely hates oysters. Her nose is quite long. I'm sorry. Her short hair is neatly combed, and her ears are somewhat splayed out. Her heliotrope eyes are slightly wide set, and her hair is her heliotrope eyes are slightly wide set, and her hair is gray with a touch of white, and her skin is dark peach. Welcome to the fort. Merry Indian, those folks cook like gods. So one of my neighbors in my building also has a plot in the same garden as me. I don't think he's actually cooked any of the food he's harvested from his garden plot yet. He literally just gives it all to our other neighbor, who just makes him curry. She just like makes him curry, but like I make my own curry, so I don't need to get her to make me curry. I go to my uncle, and he gets curry mix from his mom, and then I get like a Ziploc baggie like this big every 8 months or so of like curry mix, which is just a spice mix basically. So I make curry myself. Usually go with potato or tofu. Sometimes if I'm feeling fancy, I'll buy chicken. Yeah, where did all the rats go? Now they're all gone. What in the shit? I'm so confused about just all of these rats that appeared out of nowhere and then vanished. Anyway, that was very strange. It's like we got hit by one of the 7 plagues and now they're all gone. All right, let's go up to the surface and keep working on this wall. And nobody expects the Spanish Ratquisition. Exactly. They ratted us out, and now they're gone. Where there was just bands of rats roaming around? You mean, I played that game. Chat, what was the name of the rat game? Where everybody's French. They made a sequel to it recently-ish. I already have a dwarf peeking around a wall. I'm good. And I will say the same thing that I say to every single emote that people ask when I'm going to get it. When we get 3,400 subscribers total, and then I can actually get more emotes, because that's how many subs we need to get another emote. Turns out it's going to be a while, I think. A Plague Tale: Innocence. That was the name of it. It was a decent story that looked pretty, but the game itself was kind of blech. And then I was like, I finished the game like, wow, that was a nice story. I hope they don't make a sequel. And literally a week later, they announced a sequel. And I was like, well, I don't want to play that. So I'm not going to. Because I played it quite a bit after it came out initially, so. God, cave spider bites are the worst in Dwarf Fort. Like, a lot of people I don't think realize just how awful they are because they don't realize the permanent debuff that they give. Books are your preferred medium. So here's the thing. I like story games. I like a game with a good story. But usually if I play a game that has a good story that I like, I don't want an immediate sequel to that. I want to be able to play a different story by the same people if I liked their writing. And generally I find I don't want to do it a second time. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's like I was bored of the gameplay by the end of that game, so more of the same is a net negative for Plague Tale for me. Even though like the game itself was fine, like it was an enjoyable like 12-hour experience. I wish it was a 6-hour experience. It felt kind of unnecessarily padded out. And I was like, man, that was cool. I want this studio to go make a different story with different characters in a different world, maybe use some of the same tech, but clearly like that rat tech was just expensive, so they had to reuse it. I will say I'm very interested in that Blade Runner game that just got announced, though, on the topic of story games. Yeah, no, brown recluse spiders are fine in Dwarf Fort. So I think this is where we're going to build that tavern. Either like right here or right on the outside here. Because you're constantly paranoid about it? I don't know if they're rare, but you'll see a little pop-up when it happens. Hey chat, you guys want to see how to kill Discord with one meme? This is I think this is a meme. I hope this is a meme. That's all I have to say. How to kill Discord in one meme. Actually, how to kill like literally any social media service in one meme. Twitcord? Yep. Let's go look at the meme section in my Discord. Speaking of, I've uninstalled Twitter from my phone, and the only thing I post on Twitter now is announcements of streams being live. So if you, you know, want to actually see my social posts now, follow me on Mastodon. Like, I will still be tweeting, but it's literally just gonna be go live posts now. There's no reason to post anything else. No, I know he did, Jazz. You can only view a maximum of 600 tweets per day if you don't give him money, so, that's it. Very simple. So, you know, if you want to see my actual social posts, just follow me on Mastodon. Although, I got a Blue Sky invite this morning, so maybe Blue Sky as of tomorrow, I don't know. But nobody's on Blue Sky yet, so there's no real reason to promote that yet. Although I'm going to jump on there and get my name and get an account set up. Because it seems like a lot of games journalists are moving over there, so. Yeah, that's fair, Frog. You have yet to utilize it frequently over Twitter. It's just a matter of getting all the people that you give a shit about to move over. That's weird. I have no idea what that could be referring to, mind. Yeah, that's a very fair thing to do. Like, literally the only reason I post on Twitter is because for years it's been kind of necessary to exist in this industry. Like, it's sort of like if you exist in tech, you kind of have to have a LinkedIn. Regardless of if you like it or not. Same with like the fashion industry from what I've been told. It's like you kind of need to be on LinkedIn. For streamers, you kind of need to be on Twitter. Notices on your phone about it. Sounds like you need to mute some servers. Must be like a thread or something. I have no idea what any of those are, Tickers. I am such a boring person when it comes to books because I basically don't read. Especially I don't read fiction. I will occasionally read technical manuals and non-fiction stuff, but I do not read fiction at all. I'm pretty chronically boring when it comes to that. Literally spams cancellations. Build a hospital for him? Because he's too injured, so give him a hospital. What I just said, you give him a hospital. He already has been? Okay, well then give him time to heal. Can't fix a broken heart. What's funny is it is actually possible for a dwarf to survive with a heart that is mangled beyond recognition. So, I guess in Dwarf Fortress you kind of can. So happy the drill sound stopped. Jesus Christ. Like, maybe that room goes pew-pew? What do you mean, maybe that room goes pew-pew? Trying to figure out what chat is talking about, but yeah, it does kind of look like a handgun, doesn't it? I'm gonna give it a second floor, and the second floor is gonna overhang on that area, so it's not gonna just look like a gun, I swear. Oh. Caravan has arrived. Dwarves are here to trade. Why not make it a gun? Because I'm not American. And not everything automatically looks like a gun because I'm Canadian. Kind of tempted to sell some of these green glass boxes. All right, let's sell a bunch of these gems. Got our first artifact. Miner withdraws from society. We'll figure out what's going on with that once this is ready. They've claimed a stoneworker's shop. Are you asking me if I'm interested or somebody else, Dickers? Because I can assure you I'm not. Not to be mean, but... And I need my broker to wake up. Okay, fair enough. I'm just confirming. Lovely fort here. You especially love the gaping hole in the wall. I mean, it's clearly not an entrance yet. Because, like, it's currently just a construction site, you know? They take the most direct route. Which, you know, makes sense. Something collapsed on the surface? Must have been a tree. Definitely was a tree. Ah, we've got our first artifact going. The expedition leader speaks with the outpost liaison, Lytast, and they wanted blocks, right? They want plants next year. That means we should also just bring some glass blocks. Even though there's only 9 of them, just because they wanted some. So we'll bring them some glass blocks. The current fort is Rosepass, if that's what you're looking for. That's an old command that I should probably delete. I don't know what you're looking for, Odd Shield. If you're looking for the goal of the fort, you can find that by typing an exclamation point goal. You've discovered my folly as an American made a fort not in the shape of a... Sup, Russ Ames. Melville, the miner, has created Meryl Levost, a bituminous coal grate, and offers it to the Inn of Winter. This is a bituminous coal grate. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is great, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of bituminous coal, which makes it pretty great, and it menaces with spikes of bituminous coal, which is also kind of great. Great, if you ask me. We'll use it as a doormat. Ah, one of my animal dissectors was found dead. Reason was badly crushed. I guess they got a tree drop on them. The tree got the drop on them, chat. This is horrifying. I'm so sorry for such a such crushing news. I mean, to give you an idea on the types of books that I read, Tickers. These are the last 2 books that I read. Procedural storytelling and game design, which this was an academic thing, and this, which is Confessions of a Recovering Engineer. Transportation for a Strong Town. So, this was a book about city planning, and this is a book about artsy programming. Well, not about, it's more of a textbook. City Skylines 2? I mean, I bought that book before City Skylines 2 was announced. Thanks, Not Just Bikes, for selling me that book. It was good, though. I mean, to be fair. Are they a good read? I don't know. Do you like reading about city planning? Because if yes, then yes. I know Tanya Short has been pretty vocal about you shouldn't buy that book. You should the procedural storytelling and game design one. You should pirate it because it's too expensive, which I don't disagree with. It's an expensive as all hell book, but so please, lol, are you just stalking Analysis Lover around? Because I genuinely can't tell, because Analysis Lover always acts upset when you show up. Because I'm trying to figure out if I should just ban one of you. Because I can't tell if this is, like, friendly teasing or if you guys genuinely are annoyed by one another. Some more migrants have arrived. Well, there we go. Much for the one that got crushed. You known him through high school, you chill? Okay. I'll tell you this, if someone was doing that to me, it would annoy the ever-living fuck out of me. Let's get all those jobs unforbidden now, because I can actually work on them again. Adrian Newey has a cool autobiography of how to build a car. Well, it's more of an autobiology than if it's how to build a car. Not much of a autobiography. I mean, username checks out, Moonmoth. You have a good night, dude. To make a bronze slab? So no. However, if you encrust a slab with bronze, they'll count that. Also, I've never heard of a noble asking for a slab before. That's awful. Generally, it's beds. I feel like most people who watch streams are paying less than half of their attention to the stream. Streams are generally like a background noise medium, and not generally something people pay all of their attention to. Like, chat, how many of you are actually giving me 100% of your undivided attention? I'm expecting it to be like less than 50%. Probably like less than 10%, actually. Hi, programming, I'm blind. Shut up, blind man. Okay. You do sometimes? All right. Usually what I do is when I'm watching streams, like I'll open up a channel, and now we're in an ad. I'll open up a channel. Cheers, last crew. I'll open up a channel, and I'll start watching, and I'll talk for a little bit, and then I'll get distracted by something else and go do the other thing. And then like 40 minutes later, I'll be watching again, and then I'll go work on another thing. And then I'll be watching again, and then I'll go work on another thing, and it just kind of alternates. On again, off again kind of deal. All right, so I need to figure out a place to put tools. Kind of thinking we go along this way, but also doesn't seem like a great spot. So I think we'll just do this. What's a split? Yeah, that's what I usually do. I'm usually editing something. I still somehow have dwarves that don't have rooms. Okay, so I do need some more rooms. Making rock blocks again. We're gonna need more boulders soon. Do I really only have 30 serrated glass discs? Or 8? Like, I don't even have 10. I get the old school RuneScape one a lot. How do you stop your pack of dogs from murdering literally every animal? Are they trained as hunting dogs? You lock. That's more just a statement out of curiosity. Hit Z, make a pen in pasture, make a zone, and then assign all your dogs to it. That's how you do that. Otherwise, they will just kind of keep murdering everything. For bits of DF tips. Yeah, no, a large portion, maybe not the vast majority, but I know that probably about 170 people are just here because they're here regardless of what I play, and then the rest are here because of Dwarf Fort. You don't know how to train them? Well, I mean, if you train them to hunt, they will murder everything more. So if you're trying to stop that, that's not how you do that. But yeah, pasture them is how you do that. But they will start breeding pretty uncontrollably. Yeah, war dogs do the same, but they're... I don't know. I find war dogs are about the equivalent of hunting dogs, except they don't automatically seek stuff out. They just kill stuff that's close to them. Put them in a pasture inside. Like indoors, not above ground. Because they will vault the walls. That's why you're here. Well, cheers, Salvatore. I was actually kind of expecting there to be way more competition on tutorials, but it ended up being, there was like 3 of us, really. Nothing dies of starvation unless it's a grazer, because they eat... If they're not grazers, then they eat vermin, which basically just means they don't eat. They don't have a hunger meter. They never stopped and won't ever stop because Tarn has said they won't ever stop, so. Until there is a better alternative to disposing of trash. There was a mod for version 47. I don't know if it ever got updated that let you burn trash in furnaces, but required fuel. Used to use bridges, but then DF hack came. Had a foam panel fall off the wall. Hold up. Let's reattach it. You were trying to figure out about them, and there's literally nothing on it. Yep. No, that's Dwarf Fort. There's quite a few things that people are like, Blind, why don't you make a video about this? It's like, because I don't know how it works. It's like, I don't know what you think I am, but I'm not some goddamn genius. And unfortunately, that happens rather often. We got zombied a second time, but we just locked ourselves inside the second time. Aban. There's a kiwi! Nothing better than a kiwi cock. You know what I'm saying? This video games sometimes. Also, what, did it just die? Oh. Hold on. Yep. The dwarves just killed it. I should probably make a butcher table. Like, oh, look, a kiwi cock. And dead. No mercy indeed, damn. That's bloody funny. Yes, you did. They literally did just decapitate it. As I was remarking at the fact that it was an adorable little kiwi and it insta-dead. New Zealand gets a lot of representation in Dwarf Fortress, though. I mean, Tarn Adams and Zach Adams have stated multiple times that the approximate square mileage of a large Dwarf Fortress world is about the size of New Zealand, usually. Which I guess explains why there's always, like, random Kiwis everywhere. Also, for reference, a male bird is a cock. Maybe you did. I don't think I fell in love with Lord of the Rings as much as the rest of the planet did. The books are good. The movies are fine. Everything they did after those first 3 movies were god-awful. So, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna be the thing that brings down the Embracer group, which is gonna be an interesting thing to witness in slow motion. Because they're just like, we have to... What was the exact wording they said? We have to exploit the IP of Lord of the Rings as much as possible. What was the actual term that they used? Just looking for the quote. Embracer sat down and we own Lord of the Rings, and we know we need to be exploiting Lord of the Rings in a very different fashion and turning that into one of the biggest gaming franchises in the world, is the exact quote. Said Embracer Group board member Matthew Kirch. We own Lord of the Rings, and we know we need to be exploiting Lord of the Rings in a very different fashion, turning that into one of the biggest gaming franchises in the world. Exploit these nuts. Oh, nothing. Is all that you really missed. All right, let's build this wall up. The worst quote ever? It's up there, yeah. I don't fully understand why some people get on the side of weird big corporations like that. It's like, to me, Embracer Group just kind of feels like some rich man who's just buying all the studios that made his favorite toys growing up, which is like one of the easiest things to dislike in the world. And I've seen a lot of people like defending them and being like, "Oh yeah, no, they're a great like parent company." It's like, I don't know, like we're all gonna be hating them in like a year and a half. But okay. Like, I very much believe that Embracer Group is going to become one of the most disliked companies in the games industry in the coming years because they own everybody's favorite stuff. Once you own everybody's favorite things, then it's really difficult to do anything but dislike them because they're just going to exploit and or ruin them. Yeah, I tend to agree with that. My parents are always flabbergasted when I talk about the fact that I don't like the monarchy. Like, how do you not like the monarchy? It's like, find me a person my age that likes the monarchy, and I will be mildly impressed. Nope, that is not true. They are not called Playon. Coach Media, Cock Media, Koch Media, Koth Media, whatever the fuck that studio was called, renamed itself to Playon, spelt pylon, which they must construct additional Playons, by the way. And that is one of the publishers or groups or companies, I suppose, that Embracer Group owns, but Embracer Group is still called Embracer Group. So they're not called Playon, they're called Embracer Group. So, yeah, Coach owns Deep Silver, so Deep Silver is like a subsidiary of Coach Media, which is now called Pylon. I'm gonna keep calling them Pylon. I don't care if that's not actually how you say it. I'm just gonna keep calling them Pylon because I had somebody get really annoyed with me for calling them Pylon once, and I'm just gonna keep doing it because I think it's funny. All right, I'm actually gonna nuke this wall here because we're gonna go around this side. This will give me plenty of build space. Rock attacks, monkey attacks, Kia attacks, anything that can fly attacks. So yes, I would put roofs on your buildings. You also can't build most furniture types in places without roofs. Now that I don't actually know. In regards to the Koch brothers fan, I don't actually know. I don't really know where that name came from. It was also one of those names that kind of just popped out of nowhere in games. just like their new logo. But you don't think you said. Kia, I actually kind of like Kia's new logo. Like the KN or whatever. Looks modern. But if you like the monarchy, then you have boomer sensibilities. Not only that, but British boomer sensibilities. Might actually be worse. I mean, aren't we all? Iceling? British always makes it worse. As somebody who lives in British Columbia, sure. Am I out of boulders? I absolutely am out of boulders. Well, that's not good. Oh, hey, miasma. I'm sorry, why is there a mutilated skunk in this area? Huh. No wonder it stinks. No, I'm good. Non-British Columbia is a bit too, what's the word that Hobo uses? Neo-Nazi-ish? For me? So I'll pass, thank you. So they got a whole bunch of dump items jobs go off. What are you wielding? Bronze battle axe, man, that's a nice axe. That or the animal caretaker meditating on chaos must just like... Yeah, also, Embracer Group is such a cyberpunk-ass name. It really is. It really, really, really is. Although I feel like they did that intentionally. I don't know. Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I also didn't realize it was Kia. I didn't realize it was Kia until I had to catch an Uber. And I was told to look for a Kia. And I was like, what? And then I Googled what the car looked like. I was like, oh, I guess they changed their logo. Until you happened to see a commercial. Gotcha. The part I don't understand about the new Kia logo, though, is like... at least Hobo is a Nine Inch Nails fan who made it. It doesn't look like it would be a Kia, is the problem that I have with it. Put it like this, under officer's commission contract, you're not allowed to say anything bad about the government, and especially the present here, but you are allowed to mention the stipulation in your content and are under no obligation to say that you like it. Yeah, that's fucked up. We are getting all of these bodies removed. Attending a meeting. You stressed? Guess so. Analysis lover, it do be you. What kind of dwarf would you like? Would you like the child that's playing on the pile of corpses? Here's the full list. I will scroll slowish. You can neither confirm or deny that the government is shit. You know, as somebody who lives in a pretty free country, I love the fact that I can run outside and hold my middle finger to the sky and scream "fuck the government," and there's literally nothing they can do about it. They just have to smile and nod and be like, "Yep, a lot of people agree with you." As much as a lot of Canadians like to go on about the fact that they seem to think that our government is a bunch of fascists, which really isn't true. They're a bunch of control freaks, but they certainly ain't fascists. Unless you're commander, you want to be the lady? Wherever she be. Where do she be? Polar? Commander analysis. She's completely closed-minded and never changes her mind after forming an initial idea. She is deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to her sadism, and she is a pessimist. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and she likes a little excitement now and then. She isn't given to flights of fancy, and she tends to be passive in discussions. She is brave in the face of imminent danger, and she lives a fast-paced life. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. She often feels envious of others. When it comes to others, she often feels discouraged, and she turn around after seeing Simtaxagon's dead body in the year 500, and she needs alcohol to hiccups. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally finds the deny of impulses. The deny of impulse is somewhat stiff and does not care about fairness and dreams of mastering a skill. Analysis lover likes pitch blende, tin, schorl, and giant octopus leather, lion bone and naff fabric, and traction benches and badgers for their underground communities. And the words of the fatal dust and the sound of the mirthful silks, and when possible prefers to consume bloated tubers and split beer, and absolutely hates toads. The one that always blows my mind is, why do you hate... Why do you... Wait, what's an American commission contract? I beg your freaking pardon? Are you calling me American, Russ? Because if you are, we're going to have to fight. Her somewhat broad ears are splayed out, and her narrow amethyst eyes are protruding. Her very short hair is neatly combed, and her somewhat narrow head is extremely tall. Her nose bridge is somewhat concave, and her brown skin is slightly wrinkled. Her nose is slightly hooked, and her hair is brown with a touch of gray. Was carrying something, but then I sent him off, or sent her off to go do military things. The bronze short sword coming in. I will hurt you, is what it's called, Swallowed Sun. Try and call somebody from Mexico an American because they live in North America, and good luck not dying. I really like it when people belittle my country with silly insults under the brim. It's always appreciated. Definitely a feel-good moment. It's not a joke, Taras. But, you know. Definitely something I cherish and respect when people do that. It's a very common take from Canadians, Montague. Okay, so I need to make these dwarves a little bit happier. Currently, we don't quite have enough bedrooms, so I can improve that. I can give more of them bedrooms. We can make crafts. We can make clothing, because we probably actually have a bit of cloth lying around. Don't quite have enough conglomerate right now. You don't make that mistake twice. Yeah, don't miss country, people. It's kind of I don't have a better term for it. I'm sure there's like an actual word for it, but don't insist that just because you live in a continent that you are a certain thing, because you will get a lot of people very offended very quickly. Don't, because it's rude as fuck. It's like, just be a decent human being, right? There's certain things that fall under the social contract of being a decent human being. And respecting the place that somebody is from is one of those things. And just because you might think it's hysterical because it annoys them, doesn't make it funny. Only people from the States call themselves as if they own the whole continent. Pretty much. Let's see if I can get through this aquifer. Yeah, totally. I was just confirming that you weren't doing that, Russ. Y'all stress me out on a regular basis. I agree with Rev sometimes. But, you know, sometimes stress is required to teach people things. You did that once and you felt so bad. Mm-hmm. We need to normalize United Statesian. I mean, frankly, I don't know if we need to normalize that. Ooh. Bastet, as the glassmaker, has created Osodothlest Zin, a green glass amulet, and offers it to the Inn of Winter. This is a green glass amulet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with bands of tapered baguette-cut green glass gems. Fancy. I think we're going to build this thing a... What's the word I'm looking for here? A vault. Because I need to dig out more anyway. Well, the thing is, most people from the US won't say that they're American. The vast majority of them, in my experience that I run into, generally say, I'm Texan. Or, I'm from California. Like, they're very specific about the state because the states are often, well, quite frankly, big enough to be their own countries in most cases. With the exception of maybe, like, Rhode Island. And even then, Rhode Island's big enough to be its own, like, country. Literally top 10 economically if they were independent. Absolutely. It's like Quebec would love to do that, but... Like, Americans can just be called Americans. That's fine. I don't think we need to rename them for them. They can be called whatever they want to be called. Just the actual basis of this conversation is don't fucking call Canadians Americans because we live in North America. Because I will end you, and you will no longer be allowed to speak in my chat. That's it. That's that simple. You can call me Canadian Analysis Lover and quit being cute and thinking you're funny. Okay? Flat. Especially because I'm further south than most of the US. Than large portions of the US, in fact. Lots of things were almost a US state, caffeine powered. And sorry that I have to be kind of aggro about this subject, but if I'm even remotely lax about it, people just take advantage of it and then make me feel like trash. So I'm just being kind of blunt and real here because this is how I feel about this. And if you choose to respect it, that would be fantastic. If you don't, I lose respect for you. That's your option. I think it's a pretty clear and fair option for play. Let's make 10 rock pedestals. Let's move down. Pretty deep aquifer. He also burned the White House down twice. I don't know if we did. I think the British technically did, but people who lived in this general vicinity did, so it's enough for me. I don't know what that means, Salvatore. Not to sound super uneducated here, but I don't understand the significance of that. I think we're gonna make more housing over here. With no jobs made entirely of old people? Yeah, we have some places in Canada like that. I will say countrysides in Virginia is beautiful. Places I would like to go camping in Virginia. But places I would camp does not equal places I would like to live. Means northern. Okay. Well, anyway, I guess at the end of the day, call me Canadian or you don't have the right to address me, I guess is the end of this discussion for me. And I think that's a pretty simple thing to ask for. At this point, it's like the equivalent of calling anybody in a post-Soviet country Russian because they were once Russian or speak Russian. Which, good luck with that for a lot of them. I think we're going to make a little artifact vault here. I almost never do this, but it's something you kind of need to get on top of at the beginning. You can call me blind. That is acceptable. You could also call me Guy with the Face. Or Strimmer. That also works. Okay, we're gonna get this amulet stored here. Guy with the Face was my nickname in Scouts. I'm not actually joking. I was Guy with the Face because everybody either didn't like me or didn't remember my name, so a lot of people just started calling me Guy with the Face, which I didn't like initially, but I learned to live with it. Russian was an insult to her? My favorite bartender is Russian and doesn't like being called Russian. When people ask her, they're like, what's your accent? And she's like, I'm Russian, but I have a Canadian passport, so just call me Canadian. It's like, okay. Well, it's factually correct. Yeah, but it was not used in a nice manner, shall we say. Was an entire county with a grandiose population of 200. Wow. Literally definition of village. Yeah, I grew up in a suburb of Vancouver, which had a population of, what was it, like 2,000 chickens, 800 sheep, 1,500 cattle, 250 horses, and like 80 people. And for some reason, we had an elementary school. I'm gonna have to fill in these walls, aren't I? Beep, 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 beep. Fortunately, the dirt doesn't seem to have the aquifer in it. Okay, that one does. So if I don't fill in the dirt, then we're going to end with water dribbling down into this area and it filling up with water, and I don't really want my trap hall to be full of water. Okay, let's see. Well, it's not too much to smooth, and then we need to go in and replace all of these. And all of this can actually just be dug up, all these center bits. Also, I haven't said this enough today, but thanks everybody for tuning in. Nice to have a bigger crowd today. No longer DOSBox mode? I mean, have you watched my stream in the last 7 months? Good to see you too, Voidlock. The game's update. I mean, like I said, it updated 7 months ago. Like, it's December that this game got its official tile set. I'm more just kind of surprised. Who's that angry dwarf? It's my expedition leader. They got haunted by a ghost right when we first landed here. because this was a reclaim because the initial 10 dwarves died to an undead siege. So I had to claim the fort back. Speaking of dwarves, I need more booze. We're apparently out of booze. I get you, Voidlock. Well, welcome back. It's good to see you. I hope you've been all right. Even with life, like, dragging you around a bunch. New fort? Yep. Yeah, I mean, we'll be running this one concurrently with the other one. Although, I say that at the same time, my streams might actually be short for a little bit if it keeps on being this hot, because I'm having trouble thinking. It is so hot here right now. And I know, like, all of you guys that are used to higher temperatures than me, I'll be like, no, it's fucking hot. What up, Zoidberg, is the other thing you're going to say. But then doing other stuff sounds like shenanigans? Yeah, we lost the starting 7 dwarves and had to reclaim the fort. Piece of cake. Today was really hot. Yeah, I don't know where you're at, but what's the temperature right now? Currently it is 30 degrees Celsius. Feels like 32. Cool. Fuck that. That's awful. Which is too hot for here. My legs are sweating, and I'm in shorts. It's only slightly hotter than here, Taurus. But the thing that's really killing me right now is the humidity is weirdly high. So it's like, it's hot and it's also muggy. And the humidity is bad? Oof. Yeah, generally the humidity here is pretty okay, but we're at like 60% right now, which is pretty bad. Wow. I mean, it's currently hotter. I mean, it's almost 5 p.m., but it's hotter here right now where it is where you're at. As a proud commie, I like, also, can I just say, the vast majority of the planet uses, like, Celsius, hobo, and you're saying 87 freedom, 30 commie, implying, like, literally the rest of the planet are commie. It's like everybody else. Your humidity is like 50 to 60. Yeah, generally we have like 20 to 30 on the humidity. Less than that is a disgrace. Oh boy. Where has Tropic Communist been? Miss that guy. He was entertaining. Oh shit, I found sand. Therefore, Celsius equals commie. I mean, I understand the logic. I just don't agree. But, okay. You should go look at Swatch Internet Time. Maybe this is one of those streams where I bring up Swatch Internet Time again, and then everybody goes to that Wikipedia page and goes, duh, no. No, 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 that's bad. And yes, I agree. It's very bad. Short version is no, we shouldn't go to Swatch internet time. Which is essentially what, like, a worse version of what Frog for Hire just suggested. I used to know a guy named Farron, and he wasn't very tall, so I don't know what this Fahrenheit thing that you speak of is. He was actually quite short. In Unix epoch. Well, fortunately, then you can never be late, because if you only tell time in some weird obtuse manner that nobody else understands, you can just show up late and be like, oh, you were too lazy to do the conversion. Definitely a good way to get fired. Or get a job, depending. The point isn't to use the more accurate system. The point is to use the simpler system, so everybody can get a more accurate reading, but... based on America's healthcare, I can attest that you guys don't really care about fairness. So... I love how these conversations sometimes just turn into me directly bashing the states, and everybody in chat's just like, I want to keep this conversation going, so I'm not going to directly disagree, but I'm also not going to agree because America. And then I bring up healthcare, and then they're all like, yeah. The difference is everybody uses Celsius except for America, and nobody uses Kelvin, which is why the Kelvin statement is always just silly. Go on, Kai, I'm listening. It's just more fair the more zeros in your bank account. Okay, there you go. It's perfectly fair. Totally. Yes. I don't think that everyone hates you. I think that everyone hates your government. Also, you know, what's the word? You know how, like, there's certain famous people that everybody just kind of hates for no reason because it's easy? It's that situation where, like, I don't hate the States. I actually really like traveling to the States. There's a lot of places in the U.S. that I love going to. I look forward to going to TwitchCon every year, and that's always in the U.S. I look forward to going to PAX every year, and I look forward to that. There's lots of things to like, but because you're a big country with a lot of money, it's easy to hate, right? Especially in the English-speaking verse, because, well, you're the biggest, so no one's gonna hate on the little guy, so hate the big guy. It's like, it's kind of hard to hate Ireland, even though there's lots of things to hate about Ireland. But they're much smaller, so it's harder to do. So it's... Does everybody hate the US? Plenty of people like it. And everyone's wearing our blue jeans. I don't understand, Hope. What? I still genuinely don't know what people are talking about half the time they talk about culture wars. I'm like, I feel like I must have missed a memo here. It's like, oh, it's all about the culture war. And I'm just like, stop fucking watching the Daily Wire. Go away. Like, what the hell? Get your head out of the propaganda machine. Jesus Christ. Quit staring at these goddamn conservative hipsters. Bombwreck has claimed a clother shop. What do you need? Another skin. Cloth, rock. Thread, gotcha. Bars of metal. Okay, that's probably it. I need metal bars. Yes. I do, in fact, need metal bars. You won where we're... Okay, I also haven't played Civ in years, so... I'm currently sweating, so you can't really say no sweat. Because factually, that is incorrect for me currently. I am currently sweating, and this room is sticky. Are you winning, Mind? Oh, shit! I finally made it through the aquifer, chat. Good news, everybody! Oh, shit. A puddle landed here. It's fine, I'm still through the aquifer. That's not actually aquifer, it's lying. Oh, geez, that's the wrong tool. So you can have an entire country without him. That is a weirdly dark thing to say. I don't know why. Good for you on your creative endeavors, Stone. Let's mine through this, because I don't think that's actually an aquifer. I'm pretty sure we're through it. We got shirt, we got dolomite. Let's just dig down until we hit a cavern layer, I think. Go down to like layer 40. Good luck. 2,000 pop is going to take a very long time. Like, I was attacking a 10,000 pop site, and it took a extraordinarily long time. Some migrants have arrived. Have we struck anything fun? Green jade seems to be the only thing so far. More dwarves does equal more faster. But more skilled dwarves equals more faster. I know someone on Discord was talking about trying to take over a 10,000 person site, and they were sending 250 dwarves at a time. So, and they also discovered that fortresses don't die if you send every single dwarf out on a siege, which I think is kind of funny. You can, however, miss trading, which is maybe funnier. I'm gonna kill some bulls. I don't know what the difference is there, Shaku. Bobtron. Oh, I thought you were saying goodbye. Mind, you have a good night. Have a good time changing diapers. Tell the baby internet person says hello. So I'm trying to decide if I want to play System Shock tonight, or if I just want to end early and edit Secret Thing for tomorrow, and then go to my garden. I can't decide. It is too hot in here to, like, properly thunk. So I'm actually pretty torn as to what I want to do right now. Secret garden. I'll have you know my garden is not a secret. I can assure you that. Wait, actually, hold up. Where was those 2 droplets of water? I wonder. You get 15 back. Where the hell did my 5... Where the hell my 5 pesos, Yubi? That's a good question. Where the hell is Hobo's 5 pesos, Yubi? Is this aquifer or underground lake? Into the poor balancing is where they went. Well, that answers that question, chat. I found a cavern lair. Fortunately, I dug diagonally into it, not directly. But I just flooded my stairs. Hopefully nobody else is down here. If you are, you may want to get out. I mean, it's fine. The stairs will... It'll be fine. But, like, there's... it's unlikely that I can plug this, but we can try. Let's see. Come on, Dwarf. There you go. How many of my stairs did I lose? There's a lovely waterfall for a little bit there. Okay, 1, 2, 3. It's not so bad. We saved it. All right, well, we found the caverns. Whoa! Them's some pretty caverns. There's also a rat down here. I need a ranger guild? How the hell do I have that many rangers? And also looks like there's magnetite down here. Yeah, excellent. Do I dig a different one? No, I'll probably just use buckets and empty this one out. Set the layer above as water source and just start digging it out. That's probably what I'm gonna do. I'm actually kind of surprised the dwarf was able to dig that out, though. And there we go. We got all this dug out. Also give us some magnetite. Random weregrover and weregoat at the same time. Huh. Wonder what the odds are of getting 2 were creatures at the exact same time. So I've got a clother up here who needs stuff. You still need metal bars. So I'm going to go up here, and we're going to make a... Wait, do I? I do already have a smelter. Let's smelt 1 piece of magnetite ore, which you will do after you're done making coke. Because he's using coke to make coke. Did I dig out to the edge? Wasn't intending to, no. Although I do want to go into this cavern lair. I'd like to see if I can claim some of this. Sometimes the shapes that the dwarves dig out are just kind of strange looking. It's like, well, that's a funky looking fat octopus. And also, chat room, I just want to say thank you to all the new follows today. I think today, I don't know what's going on today, but today's like the most new followers I've gotten in a stream in a while. It's got to be the fact that I'm doing a new fort. It's got to be that. There's nothing else it could possibly be. Or maybe it's the Steam sale, I don't know. There do seem to be a few more people than normal playing Dwarf Fort currently. It's probably due to the sale and the fact that the game runs better. Just, you know, nice. 4th of July? Oh, that's probably got something to do with it too. The fact that it is a long weekend. Also, why did Razor Dongers suddenly come back, Holy Kai? Or did it? Or were you one of those people where it just never left? Because I'm pretty sure that's just a dead meme, like a super goddamn dead meme. I should generate forts 24 hours straight. Yeah. Please don't become a meme necromancer? I mean, that's not my goal. Looks like I took too long to get the metal bar. That's a shame. No, I'm allergic to new memes. Why would I go back to old memes? Okay, well, he's already got a coffin assigned. John and Tank, what kind of dwarf would you like? For a second there, I thought that that was a bear. It's a water buffalo calf. It's like, why is there a bear in my fort? Happy and beardless. I was going to say, we don't have those. We do, in fact, have a happy dwarf. Gunna Tank is... almost never feels discouraged, is extremely confident in herself in situations requiring her skills. She is quick to form negative views about things, and she's often lustful. She is slow to trust others, and she often feels envious of others, and she is often cheerful and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She has a sense of duty and does not and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and is a hardened individual. Dreams of raising a family and considers craft starship to be relatively worthless and finds friendship burdensome and dreams of raising a family. Polo hoodie hair. I would have to try so hard to do that. She likes claystone and black bronze and lapis lazuli and pear wood and giant crow leather and cow hoof and masked lovebird tooth and male shirts and earrings and goblets and reindeer for their large herds and giant raccoons for their cunning and the sound of the Carillion adoration. And when possible, she prefers to consume rhinoceros and yellow bullhead and prickleberry wine and absolutely hates lizards. She has very low cheekbones and a recessed chin, and her very long hair is arranged in double braids. Her head is extremely narrow, and her nose bridge is slightly convex, and her ears are somewhat tall. Her eyelashes are short, her hair is dark brown, mixed with gray, and her skin is cinnamon, and her eyes are aquamarine. Proceed to get the most stress-resistant dwarves ever known. That's usually what ends up happening, is the ones that, like, survive forts like that are just, like, extraordinarily resistant. So that tends to be what happens. Okay, so I have no idea how I got so many rangers. Farmers make a bit more sense. So I thought the party music was going to turn on because they were doing a dance. What dance is that? Oh, there it goes. Chat, it's party time. First time in a while, in fact. The scintillating fragrance is a performance partner dance originating in the free theater. The form guides dancers during improvised performances. The dance is accomplished by drowning out my voice with the music. The dance is a refined art form with 12 specific moves to be mastered, and the dance is refined. The dance begins in the first theme of the music. The dancers perform very slowly. The partners dance closely, communicating the intent by pushing together, and this undulating section is performed by delicate raised arms and sprightly clockwise quarter turns of the lead. I'm gonna just screenshot this. This is something. It does slap, though. Okay, so Sepia Company I am down to make a guild hall for. Clearly the Sepia Company must be built into this wall down here. And have windows along both of these sides. Dwarven line shuffling, undulating rhythmic movements. But yeah, as somebody who doesn't like memes in general, I can assure all of you, chat room, that I will never become a meme necromancer. Because, like, as the kids say, this shit's pretty cringe. Oh, naturally, the dude sleeping in the corner is part of the dance. I mean, what else would it possibly be? Unfortunate homelessness because I haven't built enough homes? No. Oh, don't be ridiculous. As long as he's undulating while he's sleeping, it's definitely part of the dance. That's going to be a really weird shaped bedroom. But you know what? I'm here for it. All Dwarven tavern dances. I'm pretty sure most tavern dances involve some guy who's drank too much sleeping in the corner. I mean, I've been to a lot of metal shows, and there's always somebody sleeping on the sofa at the back of the Commodore by the end of the show. Are you asking me about my fortress, or are you asking about your fortress, Acid Kiss? Because it usually means you haven't built enough cabinets for them to store their old socks in. Because they like to keep their socks and hoard them. So you give them cabinets so that they have a place to put them. Your fortress. Make more cabinets and put them in their bedrooms. And sell the used old clothing. So rooms became a nightmare? That sounds like you've got a higher population than I've ever had. I generally don't set it above 250. Although I've set it up to 450 on Machine Waters, because that fortress is something. I don't understand, though, why people are so obsessed with more dwarves. It's like 200's plenty. At least in the game's current state, like, you're really not supposed to have more than 200. Did Long Death die? Nope. I just stopped doing it. And I have no intention to continue. I don't know why people are suddenly asking me about Long Death today. You're the third person to ask me about Long Death today, but no, I decided to not go back to it after around December when this version launched. It was about mid-December that I basically stated I wasn't going to go back. Oh yeah, no, same. I enjoy lower populations of dwarves. It's easier to keep track of each one. Or more of them, rather. Maybe not each one of them, but... I mean, I still have the save files for Long Death. Like, it's still fine. I have no interest in playing it because it's dull as dishwater. Nothing happens. It's on a version of the game that's not as much fun to play. And I don't understand why people keep asking me to go back to it. It's like people didn't enjoy watching it when it was running. There was the occasional person that would be like, could you play a different fort? This fort is boring. Or I will watch when you play interesting forts again. And like, it was just me talking for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours on end. The content of the streams is basically the same without me playing Long Death. The only interesting thing about it was how old it was, which realistically isn't interesting. So I don't really have any intention on going back. Yes, this is true. That the vast majority will be in the tavern at any given time. It's like, and if you want that kind of content and you want stuff to listen to, just go to the VODs channel. You know, like I've got plenty of other forts that are more entertaining to watch that actually have stuff happening in them. And I mean, like I'm already starting to run into this issue with oh, what's it called? On Machine Waters, which is why I've started this fort. It's like I'm enjoying Machine Waters still because stuff is still happening and it's an entertaining fort, but the view numbers are already starting to drop because the audience is getting bored. And that was the same problem, but times like 1,000 in Long Death, because it was like, well, I've been playing the same fort for 4 years, practically. Well, not 4 years, 2 years. 2.5 years, maybe? I think I was getting close to. Here's the thing. I stated today I'm open to the idea again. I'm not considering it. I have 0 plans on doing it again, but I'm open to the idea. Just because I'm open to the idea doesn't mean I'm going to do one in the next 5 years even. I'm open to the idea of attempting it again. I have no plans to do it. 2 years of real lifetime, yes. I started... So the first stream of Long Death was August 2020, and I played that one fort from August 2020 until this version of the game launched. Oh, lots of things help out with Long Death, but the save isn't compatible with this version, so they're all irrelevant. So, like, no, I have 0 intention to go back. 0 intent to go back to that fort. In fact, I'm happy I don't have to play that fort anymore. 2 years without save scumming. I save scummed once. There was one, like, Alt F4 and reload. One. Two years without save scumming, no DF hack. Yeah. Never again will I do that. In fact, it's to the point that I kind of don't want to talk about it because I fear that if I start talking about Long Death, people will ask me if I'm bringing it back because they're only paying attention to half of the conversation. So, like, it's like I'm kind of in a weird place with Long Death. It's like, if you want to go watch those old VODs, go nuts. Be my guest. Enjoy them. Like, they're not going anywhere. The save file is available if anybody wants it, but I don't have any interest in going back to it. Do I build every single bedroom to your dwarves? How else would I make bedrooms for them? You're not making beds yet, you lazy little twits. No, it's because nobody's queued it up yet. Got it. It's not a noob question. It's more of a, how else do you think bedrooms get made? So I wouldn't call it a dumb question. It's more of just a how you're like asking and answering your own question with the question. It's like, do you build a bedroom for each dwarf? Duh. You have to, pretty much. Unless you want really upset dwarves, which, I mean, I guess that's a choice, but not one that I would make. The Hides of Harvesting. That's a very good name. The Hides of Harvesting, the Farmer Guild Hall. You knocked over your gel pens? Oh no! Pick them up. Not really. Plus, you can mass make them using the mass make tool. And kids share bedrooms with their parents until they grow up. So you don't, like 150 dwarves, if I were to guess, you probably need about 90 to 100 bedrooms. Did you just pick the game up on the Steam sale, Acid Kiss? Because I know you've been around the channel for a while. Also gonna put that bookshelf that I have somehow in here. I'm not actually sure where that bookshelf came from, but I have one. The fact that I can engrave wooden floors is kind of hysterical to me. It's like, I don't understand how this works, but I mean, I guess I do. It's like carving instead of engraving, but yeah, it is not a bad idea to have a dorm, but a dorm, but they're certainly not a long-term solution. Are traders here right now? Am I fucking something up? Do not. Then why is there a soldier hanging out? Odd. I don't know if I would say that I'm smart. But... oh my god. Oh, I see. Adil Bentflag wishes to reside in Rosepass for eradicating monsters. Same with you. Sure, I'll accept both of you. Then I need a Rangers Guild as well. So many petitions. Yeah, a bunch kind of came out of nowhere, eh? I don't know. I didn't really graduate high school, so I don't know if I would say that I'm smart. But I appreciate the statement. Wise? I don't know, mate. What even is wisdom? Dwarfs claimed a craftsdwarf shop, and they've run off. It's a child. One with the Fae. What do they teach in the Ranger Guild? Some of the most important skills for combat, actually. Bones and iron bars, interesting. Some of the most important skills for combat. They teach ambushing and tactics. Not spending tens of thousands on school. Well, I suppose. I mean, if that's your definition of smart, but... I guess my level of intelligence highly depends on your definition of the word smart. Because smart could also imply well-dressed, which I assure you I ain't. I'm wearing shitty cargo shorts, right? Does ambushing do anything? It makes hunting more efficient. It allows them to get closer to animals before they have to start firing, which means they'll hit more accurately. I don't know if you count that as doing anything, but... Are we making the argument that smarts are objective? Well, I'll say this. Smarties are not subjective. They are delicious. Although American Smarties are disgusting, Canadian Smarties are delicious. Which, by the way, I would like to inform you all that Canadian Smarties are just these. We have Smarties and Rockets. Rockets are American Smarties. Canadian Smarties look like this. They're tiny little chocolate thingies. They're like M&Ms, but better. Dastot, the Dwarven child, has created Nazomamud Oth Ranzer, a cowbone bed. That can't be comfortable. And offers it to the Inn of Winter. Oh no, we should give it a tissue then, Shaku. This is a cowbone bed. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with cowbone and encircled with bands of iron. What's a bunch more? I thought you were gonna say chocolate, which is also true. Both of these are true. That is a cool ass bed. You do miss the old Smartie tubes with the plastic lids that you could shoot out by smashing the tube. Best sweets ever. Take that out of context. I'm going to put this bed in this bedroom, and someone's just going to get a cool-ass bed. But maybe I'll give it to, like, some royalty or a mayor in the future. Yeah, I give it to the king or queen. Or if somebody asks for a bone bed. Not to be confused with a bed for boning. Those are two very different things. For whatever it's worth, I haven't eaten Smarties in a very long time, but I'm not going to deny that they are delicious. The only, like, crappy chocolate I've had in recent memory are Cadbury cream eggs and I think that's pretty much it, actually. I mean, that's a very kingly thing to do, Isley. Bunch of dogs outside having a mini conniption fit. I say mini because they sound like small dogs. Well, all chocolate is crap. Just to be clear here. You love Reese's Pieces? Are you my ex? My ex practically lived off of Reese's Pieces. I don't think she ate anything else for like weeks on end at times. Alright, let's get this set up. And this is going to be the Ranger Guild Hall. Let's also jump up here. On the upper floor of this tavern that I have been neglecting. A tavern for guests on the surface. I've also been neglecting my outer wall. I don't know who Reese is or how he got broken. Well, he's in pieces. That's all I know about Reese's. I have no idea what you're talking. Well, I mean, I know what ET is, but I have no idea what you're talking about. I haven't seen ET in a very long time. Okay, chat room. I'm going to accept this because I've made this. I'm going to make the executive decision to end the stream a little early today. And someone is probably going to make the joke of early. You've been streaming for 8 hours. Yeah, and the reason I'm going to end a little bit early today is because I have 2 videos I need to work on. One to release tomorrow and one for like the day after. So what's the most OP melee weapon in this game? Whips. Silver whips. That or adamantine short swords, whatever you prefer. 8 hours and 40 minutes of Dwarf Fort, yes. Thanks for the 35th month, by the way. One of my goals for today actually was to get 800 subs again, but don't think we're going to hit that now. So I am going to call it, I think. And not a bad first stream progress for a new fort. You know, we got all these bedrooms done. We got all this stuff down here done, and we got all this stuff up here done. Plan for tomorrow is we're going to play a little bit more of this fort, and then we're going to play a little bit more Machine Waters. And then we're going to try and get some System Shock in tomorrow, because I still need to finish that. And then, yeah, I think that's pretty much it. So if you want to say goodbye, YouTube, you can do that, chat room. And we're going to save and return to title. Realistically, I would go for like another hour 20 tops, so. But, all that being said, if you want to support this channel directly and don't feel like doing it via Twitch, I would just like to take a moment to highlight my merchandise, which can be found here. Over at my merch store. We have some Swim Club merch for the Machine Waters Fortress, as well as a Machine Waters themed t-shirt, as well as several other mugs, which are kind of great, including like Goblin and Gremlin t-shirts, as well as this lovely t-shirt that's pretty classic if you've been around this channel for a while. All that being said, we are going to raid somebody, so don't run off. And what else can I plug here while I'm here? Yes. If you really want to help me out, we're trying to maintain 350 paying subscribers between July and October. And if we can do that, then I get a 70-30 split on Twitch. So if you subscribe for the next 3 months, that's basically the nicest thing you can do for me right now. All that being said, I am going to go grab the raid music and